Staff is all ready. I've got 6 o'clock, and if CNET is good to go, I will go ahead and call to order the Ferguson Township Board of Supervisors 2024 Proposed Operating Budget Hybrid Special Meeting for October 26th, and I'll turn it over to the manager for our resume instructions and roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to members of the board, staff, and the public for joining us this evening for the October 26th special meeting of the Board of Supervisors. This meeting has been properly advertised in accordance with the Pennsylvania Sunshine Act as a hybrid meeting with the option to attend virtually and in person here in the main meeting room. If you are attending virtually using the Zoom platform and wish to speak on behalf of an agenda item, please say your name, municipality of residence, and the topic you wish to speak on when the chairwoman calls on you. If you are attending in person with us in the main meeting room and wish to speak on behalf of an agenda item, please address the board at the podium and state your name, municipality of residence, and the topic you wish to speak on. Prior to commencing this meeting, I have a few short procedural items to cover. First, members of the public attending using the Zoom platform are asked to remain muted during the meeting to prevent any ambient noise from disrupting the meeting. If a member of the public is acknowledged by the chair, they may unmute their microphone for their question or comment. Secondly, board members are asked to indicate their name when motioning or seconding a motion so that the minutes may accurately reflect the action taken. And finally, a roll call of the Board of Supervisors will now be taken to ensure that all members can hear and interact using the Zoom meeting platform. Please indicate that you are here when your name is called. Ms. Strickland? Here. Ms. Stevens? Mr. Thompson?
Here.
Mr. Gracie Griffin? Mr. Heller?
Here.
Thank you. Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Great, thank you. So we'll go to public input for any items from yesterday or anything perhaps not on tonight's agenda, and seeing none, we'll move forward to continuation of the presentation of the draft 2024 annual operating budget. We'll go back to the manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So while I focused and invested quite a bit of time in collaboration with the assistant manager on the expenditures, assistant manager took the lead in working with the consultants that the township has engaged to assist with finance. And I'm going to yield the floor to James, and he's going to walk us through the revenues. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll start off on page 35 of the budget document with revenues in the general fund, beginning with 01-300 301-010, and that's real estate taxes. One thing I'll point out before we even get into the numbers is that our estimates for revenues are very conservative. That is the ideal, right? That we are estimating below, and so that's kind of the goal. So you might see a little bit of variance, but it shouldn't be a lot of variance from previous years. But we are being conservative. So current real estate taxes, 1.257, $440, or I'm sorry, yeah, 1.257, $440. Real estate transfer tax, we're estimating 1.3 million from that. Earned income at 7.8. One of the things that we did this year with our consultants to identify the tax estimates was that in previous years we were using Trulia.com info. This year we talked directly with the county to get a more accurate assessment of what is there, and like I said, it's accurate. It is conservative, so that's where those numbers are generated from. Local services tax, $343,400. Delinquent real estate taxes, $15,718. Transient retailer permits, 500. Home occupation permits, 500. Cable TV franchise fees. There are two cable franchises in the township. We expect $250,000 from Comcast. Moving down, cellular franchise fees, $500. Sign permits, $17,000. Conditional use permits, $1,000. Driveway permits, $1,500. Pave cut permits, 1,300. Fiber optic license fees. This actually should be a correction. This should be 27,452. This is a 10-year agreement, and it should be the same every year. I'm not entirely sure why I made this error, but I identified that during Tuesday night's meeting. False alarm fines, $100. Parking, snow, weeds fines, $5,000. Moving on into interest revenues, banks and CDs, starting with 341,000. So the total amount of interest expected is $196,641. Below that, you'll see a breakdown by account on what's expected in revenue. Much like we talked about on Tuesday, the numbers from 2023. This was in a chart in the previous budget document. It wasn't listed out as a line item. So the numbers are relatively the same versus that, but a little bit of variance with expected revenues, but generally the same. COG building rent revenue, $42,829. And then we get into intergovernmental revenues. DUI grant revenue, $29,000. This is a pretty conservative estimate, but that's what it is. COVID funding, obviously zero. Buckle Up revenue, $11,512. Police Academy grant revenue, $26,860. That's anticipating one candidate attending the academy, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chief. That's right. Okay. Drive Safe grant revenue, $24,575. BNI local task force revenue, $10,000. Winter snow agreement, this can vary year to year, I believe. Public Works has a little bit more of a hand in that. The estimate here is very conservative. An agreement will be reached, and we'll have a better understanding of what that revenue will be at that time. State police fines, $7,500. PERDA utility revenue is $10,800. Liquor license revenues, $3,600. The Act 205 state aid, this will be identified in Fund 60 and Fund 65. That's municipal pensions and police pension. Foreign fire relief aid, $143,000. State gaming revenue, $4,500. Marcellus Shell impact fee, again, conservative of zero. State forest land revenue, $5,000. State game commission, $3,111. Liquid fuels tax grant. So this $50,000, this is the county's liquid fuels, and we transfer this into the liquid fuels fund. Local tourism grants, this is zero. So this is one of the ones that is a bigger change. This represents in 2022 and 2023, the township was the custodian or the administrator of the grant for Route 45 getaways. We're no longer the administrator for that grant, so that's why it's not shown there. Shared custodian revenue is zero. We no longer share custodians with COG. That is no longer in our agreement. Penn State settlement revenue, $152,000. Charges for services. NSF revenue, $200. Miscellaneous permits, zero. Site plan reviews, $5,200. Township engineer reviews, $18,000. Zoning permits, $15,000. Rental permits, $7,500. Hearing variance fees, previously we were estimating $2,000. It's pure conjecture based on how many variance requests we receive in a year. So a conservative estimate of zero. We may not see any. It's doubtful, but it's possible. The lighting plan application fee, $200. SCASD tax collection revenue, $30,000. Tax certification revenue, $4,500. Ordinance amendment fees, $250. Ag progress days revenue, $8,300. Police assistance at PSU, $73,000. Local background checks, $200. And Let's see here, parking permits 150, special events permits 25, health inspection fees 8,500, and again, the Route 45 was listed as another grant in there, that's 0. Miscellaneous revenue 2,000, unemployment comp refunds 2,200, Penn Prime insurance discounts 100,000. Safety program award revenue, that's 0. That's a conservative estimate. Health insurance refunds 55,000. P card rebates 500. Workers' comp refund 0. Wellness fund grants 1,000, and that rounds out the revenue sources for the general fund. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Questions? Comments on that? Not seeing any from the board, any public?
Evening, Mark Coble, Ferguson Township. Given the proposed budget is about $15 million in the general fund, or $17 million, I'm sorry, and expecting about $12 million in revenues, you've got a $5 million hole to fill. So it's pretty critical, I think, that the board be very cognizant of their revenue projections. And I appreciate James's effort at that, but I do have some suggestions with regard to that. Get back up to the top where real estate taxes. You're budgeting them at 100% collection. I don't believe any municipality collects all of their real estate taxes at 100%. So a more conservative approach is probably about a 98% collection. There's about 2% that go delinquent. And so you want to be careful that you don't overestimate in that area. Real estate transfer taxes, I think that is always a very soft number. On the earned income tax, though, I do think that we're missing the mark. In 2022, you collected $7.64 million. And in 2024, you're estimating you're going to collect about $119,000 more. Average wages last year were well over 5.5%, 6% due to inflation. And so I think that the basis for the earned income tax collection is rather light. I think what you could do is go back and look at what your total payroll was collected by on the earned income tax, find out what that base amount was, and project forward for 2024. $119,000 on $7.74 million is not a very big percentage. So I think that that's something that really should be taken a look at. James has indicated on page 39 that the winter maintenance agreement with PennDOT was 0. Those are normally multi-year agreements, and so there should be a document that the township has already signed. This is a 2-, 3-, 4-year contract with PennDOT, and the amount of money that they're going to provide normally increases on an annual basis on a per lane mile for treatment. So I think that you could probably roll that $18,000 or $20,000 in as revenue. I noted on page 40 that the state gaming revenue is in the wrong account. I think that's probably the state game lands and not a gameland or gaming revenue. I would just note that, and this is probably more narrative than anything, but I think the township receives $100,000 in dividends from Penn Prime, mainly based on their experience in the insurance program, not necessarily because we have an individual serving on the Penn Prime Board of Trustees. I think that's laudable, but I think it sounds kind of skewed a little bit. See if I had anything else that I wanted to mention. Penn State revenue from the tax settlement. Normally this increases on a biannual basis and is increased by the average CPI of the past 2 years. Not sure whether 2024 is one of the years that that amount would be recalculated, but if it were, we could expect some additional funds there from the Penn State tax settlement. I think that's the only thing I had with regard to revenues, but I do think that the earned income tax estimate could be relooked at and recalculated based on past quarter base salaries or base wages that were submitted, and project that forward for 2024. I think you'll find that it will result in more than $119,000 in revenue. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, other comments on that or questions?
That was great.
Yeah, very helpful. And we can, I'm asking for questions and comments now. We could always come back to this if something else comes up. This is an interactive exchange here, so it's not your only chance. Okay, so we will move on then to the general fund, and first up is public safety.
Okay, good evening, everyone. If you could turn to page 46, that's where the police salaries, overtime, and uniforms will be included. The first category is the 410-112, and that is salaries and wages. That's $2,268,000, followed by the part-time for the crossing guard, heart and lung, those are line of duty injury payments. And then you will notice longevity. That's by years of service. That's negotiated in the collective bargaining agreement. Lists all the officers as well as their longevity increments. If you'll look next, the overtime, which is the 410-180, $127,064. That includes overtime, and you'll notice that there was over $9,000 for DUI enforcement. That was part of a Pennsylvania highway safety grant, which covered the $9,443, the Buckle Up grant of $10,596, as well as the Drive Safe grant of $5,025. That allows us, our officers, to work extra details, traffic enforcement for the safety of the pedestrians and motorists, and that money is grant generated. BNI is the Attorney General's Bureau of Narcotics Investigation. We are part of the task force, and $10,000 is budgeted for that. Again, we receive funding for the time that we submit any task force work. Penn State overtime, that's football games as well as ag progress, $75,000, again, reimbursed from the university for our services provided to the university there. The STEP program is the Select Traffic Enforcement Program. That increased, it said 0 last year. There was transferring over from the older format to the newer one. 9,000 was listed. I increased that, or requested a $1,000 increase to 10,000. That allows us to put out details if we get complaints in specific neighborhoods, so on and so forth. That doesn't fall within the other PennDOT-related grants. So that gives us flexibility in handling traffic concerns that we receive. And then $7,000 for community relations, crime prevention, overtime programs. Those are child safety checks, any community activities. It's at zero. It was $6,000 last year. In the 2023 budget, I am requesting an additional $1,000. So it didn't go from 0 to 7,000. It went from 6,000 to 7,000. So that includes overtime for the department. Next item is uniforms and equipment, and that's the 410-191, $51,675. That is to outfit one officer. We have officers that are coming eligible for retirement, so that is a placeholder for an officer. We replace our vests on a regular basis according to the guidelines. 2 vests are expected to be replaced in 2024. 3,700 is for unanticipated items that doesn't fit in. And uniforms are expensive. Things unfortunately failed, so that's a placeholder for that. A replacement of shirts, pants, and jackets, and that's for each of the officers. There's 3 sets, again, to replace shirts, trousers, and jackets of the $14,175, and then 4,200, and that's for replacement of duty equipment such as gloves, belts, handcuffs, and OC spray. Next, you will see part of that is the 410-191, and that's for $7,400, and that's estimate for cleaning costs for the officer uniforms. The previous year, it was listed as 0. Again, it was the same amount, $7,400. And as well, if you look up the replacement shirts and pants, going back, it was 0. There was a carryover between the old system and the new system. That was $14,175. So nothing, we're not going from 0 once again. Boots, 3,100 budgeted for that. The previous year, 3,100 was also budgeted. A new item here that was from a 0 to 7,600, gas mask replacements. Our current gas masks are end of life cycle. They have been for some time, so that would be to upfit the department with new gas masks should we need them. The BOLA wrap is a restraining device. I don't know if I explained this previously. Shoots out the 2 Kevlar things. 6 units would be purchased for $9,000, but with a Penn Prime reimbursement grant, that would offset that cost. So that would give us another less than lethal restraining item. That will complete the salaries, overtimes, and uniform. If you have any questions, or would you like me then to proceed to page 60 for the supplies?
And pause right here.
Okay.
For anything, Matt, anything?
I guess my only question is related to the BOLA wraps, and if that reimbursement is in-house already, or if us buying the BOLA wrap is contingent upon getting that grant.
It would be an offset that once, well, the grant would allow us to purchase the items.
Okay, so we would,
Yeah.
okay.
So we get the grant and then we.
Then we purchase the item.
So those are only getting purchased with the grant? I guess that's the question.
Well,
So
I
think
would
we-
say that the presentation during the capital improvement plan special meetings, that expenditure was approved, but understanding it would come back during operational budget discussions, and the discussion to have the grant through Penn Prime was just recently.
Yeah.
So I would say actually the initial thought when Chief proposed this expenditure for this investment, it was without the grant. So I would say, you know, the thought was that we would, you know, support the request from Chief, whether we got the grant or not. And while I haven't received confirmation that grant would be expected, I was told that it's likely. For what that is worth, that's what I'll share, I was told, and I'll have confirmation likely by the end of next month.
Thanks. Yeah, that's my recollection of the discussion, but it is a new item, so
Right.
it's, you know,
And I think either way, it's an important item to have since it is a non-lethal way of subduing a person.
yeah,
Um,
agreed.
So,
thanks. Anything? And then I just wanted to say, I appreciate how it's noted here in the budget. I think that's helpful. James and I had a brief conversation about it, where there is a direct correlation with a grant, to have it right there. I think that's really helpful. I know it can be tracked in other areas, but if that's a way that we can track that. And then I just wanted to ask about the crossing guard. Our 2023 has 12,000, and then it goes up to 30 for the salaries and wages part-time. Does that include something else,
No,
or?
that should have been one, so that was likely an oversight.
Okay, so that should probably still be 12. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we got that one. Okay. All righty, we're good to move on then.
Okay, page 60 will handle supplies. As first year in this position, I've made adjustments in looking at the budget figures. Office supplies in the 410, 210, $2,000, so that was a decrease from the previous year. Criminal investigations, that's forensic supplies and any investigative materials. There's a reduction requested, well, there's a reduction from the previous year. This year is, or next year is 5,500. Gasoline, there's a reduction there in calculations to $50,080. Oil, lubricants and fluids, 5,000 reduction from last year. Mechanics, small tools, we have it listed under 410, 240 as general expenses, and that's 11,000, same as the previous year. And this account provides for necessary wide-ranging items for the service to ensure the proper functioning. Towing, paints, first aid supplies, and any other items that we need for general operation. AED electrodes, so on and so forth. As we move down to the ammunition and related supplies, slight reduction from last year, $17,450. That covers ammunition, firearms, training equipment, range supplies, and ammo. Community relations supplies, the 410, 249. There's a significant increase there. Part of the community policing motto is to have more community events. This would assist us for bike rodeos, getting equipment, bike helmets, car seat checks, coffee with a cop, safety items, pamphlets. There are expenses to handing out when we talk to senior citizens, theft prevention. When we talk to schools and we want to hand out coloring books, it's that engagement with the community that we want to reinforce our concerns and our desire to protect. So there's a increase from last year's expenses. Vehicle parts, the 410, 251, same as the previous year, 25,000. And then you will notice the electronic equipment maintenance, 410, 252, $131,085, and that includes a plethora of different contracted services. The copier maintenance, 1,500. IT support provided by the borough for the mobile patrol car computers, that's 11,000. Again, the 1,500 was the same as last year. The IT support, same as last year, 11,000. Those are set time figures. The airtime for the patrol car computers, 11,000, same as the previous year. And then the records management hosting is a 5-year flat rate, and that's $7,985, same as the previous year. So those are set figures that we have to keep our records management running, our mobile computers in the vehicles. We have Spielman, it's a Flex records management software. Our maintenance is $18,000, same as the previous year. Just those figures didn't transfer over. The Board of Supervisors did approve recently the records management consulting fee for the new reporting system, and that's currently taking place, so there's $21,000 listed for payment there. With our current records management system, there's a balance budgeted for $36,400. That's if it is totally accepted. We've had many hiccups as a center region with the records management system, so that $36,400 might not be paid out in total. We might be receiving a new records management system before they even make good on all their obligations under contract. But should they, that amount would be needed, the $36,400. We do forensic and computer analysis. $6,500 is for that, for the oxygen, cell phone forensics. Everything today is cell phones and computer forensics more and more. So there's a slight increase from $4,000 the previous year, $6,500. Gray Key Cellbrite is computer forensic software that's needed. That's $11,500. And then the Power DMS is our document management system for accreditation, and that's up slightly from $57,88 the previous year. So a lot of those figures are the same as last year with slight increases. Batteries is the next section or category heading, and that's the 410-260, and that includes any batteries for the portable radios, flashlight, our speed signs, our optics on our rifles. That's 5,000, as you could see, and that 5,000 covers the speed sign batteries, the optics for our firearms, the defibrillator batteries. They're not cheap by no means, and then flashlight, portable radio batteries, 500, and then any spare radios, it's $2,000. Again, our portable radios are extremely, extremely expensive, but that's the breakdown of the 5,000.
Okay, any comments on that? Not seeing any. I just wanted to say we had talked about some of the community outreach and events during CIP, and we were really supportive of that. So I'm really looking forward to us being able to get back to that. I know we had to pause so much of it for so long, so that's really good to see that in there. And then I did just want to check with everybody and the public to make sure that in the audience here that the page numbers are good in the agenda for you today and you're able to follow along. Let me know if you have any issues. It's working for me, so I hadn't mentioned page numbers yet, but please let us know if you have any issues. Okay, so I think we're ready to keep moving on.
Okay, page 78 is services and charges. You'll notice at the 410-315, that's DNA testing, $10,000. Generally, if we had to do any DNA testing, it would go to the PSP, Pennsylvania State Police Lab. But if there's a timely fashion that we need DNA evidence to be reviewed, we could use a private entity. The district attorney's office recommends budgeting $10,000 for that. Thankfully, we haven't had to use it, but it is a placeholder should the need arise. You'll see other agencies' DUI charges, the $65,165. That includes that Pennsylvania Safety Highway grant that comes in, and then we're able to distribute it to neighboring jurisdictions. So part of that reimbursement you saw earlier is our portion of it, but that's the total grant that comes in, and then we distribute it out to local municipalities. Communications, the 410-320, you'll see a significant increase of the $20,000. That covers current communications, but what is being proposed is $12,000 so that each officer would have a department-issued phone where we were able to take photos, download them in the evidence system. We would be able to control any type of right-to-know requests. So it's the professional way of using department phones for department business. Radio maintenance is $1,000. Again, in case our portables break, our mobile radios break, that's the same as last year. And then transportation is $6,000. When we have our speed devices, they have to be calibrated. Costs related to transportation costs are related to court appearances and taking the personal vehicle, a slight reduction from the previous year. So I made some adjustments. Advertising and printing, you'll see quite a bit of a reduction there to $2,500, and that includes any type of postage that we need if we have to send anything out. Outside vehicle repairs, $8,000. Anything that our mechanics cannot fix, we will outsource that. The next item you will see is the 410-420, and that covers dues, subscriptions, and memberships. Strongly believe that knowledge is power. In this line of profession, we have to be right. We want to make sure our officers are well trained. We We want to try to make sure that we give them the tools necessary academically, intellectually, to provide professional services. So you'll notice there's this slight uptick to $50,740. And again, a plethora of itemizing the training. Pennsylvania Chiefs of Police Conference, $1,000. Then there's numerous national memberships to firearms training, use of force training, so on and so forth, $5,000. Those zero placeholders are identical to the previous year. What I'm proposing is $500, which was the same as 2023. West publications are periodicals that we need for a vehicle code and crimes code updates, $500. DUI conference, $600. The PELRAS conference, $500. Accreditation membership is $1,000. That's on a yearly basis. Monthly legal updates, and that gives us timely updates that are important court decisions. Unfortunately, on a very regular basis, we'll get court decisions that we're not aware of. This allows us, the officers, to be up to the minute on anything crime, traffic related. Annual accreditation conference, $1,000 for our accreditation manager to attend. The International Chiefs of Police data policy, as we update, review policies, we want to make sure that we have best practices, $524. And proposing new from, we did not have last year, is an online training academy. This will allow for refresher training, use of force, cultural diversity, numerous categories that the officers could do on station. We don't have to send them away, and it'll keep them very fresh, very current. That's the 2,200. Recertifications, and again, that's for accident reconstruction, field training officer, background investigations, 4,000. That was the same as the previous year, even though you see those zero placeholders. Internal affairs training, 600, same as previous year. Firearms, 2,000. Leadership training. I think it's important that our corporal sergeants are given the tools to lead from a liability perspective, and to give them the tools that are necessary. So there's a increase from 4,000 last year to 9,000 this year. Our records management system certification training, 3,555 is listed. That was the same as last year. Negotiator training, we have one officer currently at an FBI crisis negotiation training, and there's a conference in Baltimore that I would like to send our 3 officers to, and that's 2,700. We have a tactical team to respond for, say, barricaded individuals, people that want to harm themselves, but there's that crisis negotiation component that we want to continue to build upon so that we don't have to use any force. Specialty training, and that's the CIT, Crisis Intervention Team Training. That's $2,000. And then on an annual basis, we have yearly training with the other municipalities where we have overview or reviews on hazardous material, district attorneys and guest speakers that come in. As a county, we've participated in that. You have a miscellaneous training, anything that might not be included on a regular basis. We'll get a flyer for a training that we weren't even aware of. So that allows for the 5,700. The International Chiefs of Police Conference, 2,500. Investigator training. In the past, unfortunately, we've had a homicide or 2, but this will allow for in-depth training, state-of-the-art for our investigators. That would include sexual assault and DNA training. If we're able to get training at a reduced rate or through a professional organization, Pennsylvania Chiefs of Police, we always use that as an option. But if we have to go out to a private entity. That concludes the dues. The contracted service is the next section. That's the 410, 450 for $32,228. And that includes the following expenses. We do have $4,200. That's for our narcotics use in case we have to do any type of narcotics investigations. It's a regular vehicle. It doesn't have lights. It cannot be detected. So we have that for surveillance and such. Car wash and detailing, $4,800, same as the previous year. $1,428 is our portion of the mobile command center, same as the previous year. AED, We do pay a medical director to review our defibrillator uses and our naloxone administration, so that's required. And one of our local doctors charges $1,000 to be part of the review process, which is required. $2,200 for the maintenance of the speed signs that we have. And then on an annual basis, we do participate in one or two of the sessions of the week-long crisis intervention team training, which really had its birthplace here in Ferguson Township, and our contribution, as it's always been, is $3,500. A very, very new expense you will see is the $15,100, and that is the fee for the Center County Central Booking Fee. In the past, court costs offset the central booking center that has been in place for 10-plus years. Unfortunately, this is the first year that the central booking facility is in the red, and contributions are, well, that is
Per
our,
agreement.
I'm sorry?
Per agreement.
Yes, per agreement, that is our contribution amount. And it goes by the number of arrests that a municipality makes. Again, we're hoping that court costs are collected, but that's, again, beyond our control. But this is the first time, and I think, well, it is the first time since its inception 10-plus years ago that we are required on the contract, and that's our portion. So that is new. There have been no requests for any education training for a degree or any other heading towards that degree. Just in case we have to send an officer, new officer to academy, there's the enumerated cost, the $26,429. I'm happy to answer any question. Then there's the breakdown that would add to that. But again, it's a budgeted amount.
Comments or questions on that section? Not seeing any. Okay.
Okay?
All right.
And the last section is page 97, or I should say there are two more. Page 97, under the public safety. Office equipment, the 410, which is a capital expense, $750, $55,500. A replacement rifle, again, this was in the CIP and approved for $3,000. The radar units, it says $36,000. That is a correction. We'll be able to save $30,000. That was a typo. It should be $6,000. So, and that's pending legislation that we're allowed to use radar as municipal officers. So that 36 should be reduced to $6,000. When we were migrating over from the previous budget system, and the CIP has for electric bicycles, 2 were listed. For whatever reason, half of that amount was listed. So if the board wishes to increase that to the 12 that was in, $6,000 per electric bike, you could appropriate the additional $6,000. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And then the rifle suppressors was in the capital improvement approved, and that's rifle suppressors to reduce noise in firing in close quarters. That would list the capital expenses.
Okay. Questions on that section?
Well, I will say originally I looked at the radar units, 36,000, I went, oh, well, what happened? And,
Yeah.
yeah, so this is good, so I'm
Yes,
glad
it
it's
is.
only 6,000, thank
Yes.
you.
Okay.
Okay, and one thing was omitted, page 141, just to go over if there's anything, the hybrid SUVs, the 410, 750, $80,000 was listed there for 2 vehicle replacements. And then the markings and accessories, that's the upfitting, $35,000. There was a migration issue, and it should be an upfit for $25,000 for each vehicle. So if the board so chooses to appropriate the $50,000, that was previously omitted in this category. And then the Axon body camera tasers, that's a 5-year contract that was signed. This is the first year, $75,000, and that covers our body cameras, our mobile video, our virtual reality training, so a great deal of technology that's being used on a regular basis. And that concludes.
All right, thank you. And I know we did flag the SUVs and the markings yesterday. We briefly touched on that section, so that's flagged for discussion later. Anything else
No.
in this section?
So we are using the virtual reality training then?
Yes, we haven't started it yet. We do have the package, so
Okay.
we're researching the use of that.
Got to see that at PML last year, and very impressive.
Yeah. People get really engrossed in it. I mean, people think, do you get involved? Oh, you really do.
Yeah.
So,
And the retention rate of that kind of training was impressed upon us when we had the presentation
yeah,
here
yeah.
earlier this year, so that was a big factor in including that this year. Okay, is there any public comment at this time? We could pause right here at the end of police. Not seeing any? Okay, so we will, thank you for that. And let's see, up next we have fire protection.
Yes, and that begins on page 83. Closer to the bottom of the page, there is a, so when we migrated over, there had not been previous dollars in the, or excuse me, there is a $0 contribution, but it should be what was matched for last year. The board did not change any policy direction, so we would want to make a correction to put $3,500 for fire contribution for Warriors Mark and Port Matilda fire contribution in the amount of $3,500. Also for Alpha ambulance contribution, you'll see an appropriation of $3,000, and that is the same appropriation proposed for the Port Matilda EMS contribution and Center Lifelink EMS contribution. You may recall earlier this year, presented to the board was the discussion on consideration for an increase to the Port Matilda EMS contribution, but as it stands, based on that discussion, staff put in $3,000.
Okay. One comment I'll quickly make before opening it up to the board is under the fire operating, and that's what this is. This is fire operating, yeah. That we will see an increase in that next year if COG moves forward with hiring the 4 shared code life and fire safety inspectors. That expense is covered this year by the fund balance in fire operating, so we won't see an increase there, but it was roughly a $236,000 increase for the fire portion of those 4 positions, and we're about 30% of that. So we would see that increase next year when there is not the fund balance to cover that. So just to keep in mind, while we don't see the increase here, it's being covered by that fund balance, which was there because there wasn't a position hired in Alpha last year. So just for everyone's full information there, that could be about, roughly 80,000 higher, and will be next year likely if those positions move forward. Okay, other comments on this, and this is COG Fire and the contributions. And I'd be comfortable suggesting we do the same contribution we had done last year, the $3,500, where it's 0. I think the EMS contributions make sense to me until there's a regional or county formula worked out where we're going to be sharing those costs differently. I'm comfortable with a donation like this. That would just be my suggestion. I'm open to input, and if anyone wants to flag that for further deliberation later, you can absolutely feel free to do that. That'd just be a suggestion. And if we're all in general agreement on those numbers, we'll keep them there. Okay.
And then just the one item remaining on this, the number 5 in this section of general fund on page 86 is health and welfare. There had been an appropriation at the direction of the board in the amount of $20,000 for human services contribution, and there is a proposed recommendation of $0. But I will just acknowledge that the contribution to human services included the center. I'm gonna look to James. Not Center Safe. I think it was Center Health, and the board had received quarterly updates from Center Health, and that contribution came from this fund. But unless if the board wanted to direct otherwise, there are $0 proposed for human service contributions.
And what is the,
The account is
Fund.
so it's under general fund 01-400-421.
oh, I found it, okay.
I
Okay,
think we went
thank
from
you. Yes.
paper page numbers to electronic page numbers. maybe.
Yes, okay, I see it now.
Yeah.
So this is,
That's what
Page
right, bottom,
86.
yeah, bottom of page 86.
I-
Right, and that was part of our American Rescue Plan funding. This
When
was
the
part-
board had initially discussed
Yes.
in 2021, gave direction to staff to appropriate funds for health and human services
Yes, that,
before the final rule came out on how to appropriate ARPA funds.
Yes.
The board had directed staff to appropriate 20,000.
Correct.
Center
Yes.
Health was one of the recipients.
there were very restrictive limitations on very initially how we could spend those funds, and a portion was allotted toward Center Safe for help and emergency rental assistance for Ferguson Township residents, and that's been very nice to get those updates from them, and in the future if we want to look to partnering with them. Absolutely, I think this is good for right now where we're at, and I there may still be some funds in that account there too. We used them all up. So, well, it was, it was good. It was a good allotment of that. Definitely helped a number of Ferguson Township families. So, anything else on this? Okay, I'm seeing nothing from the board. Any public comment in this section before we move to finance? I'm not seeing any. Okay, not seeing any, so we can move to finance. And we'll go to, looks like Jennifer Stiegelman for finance.
Thank you very much. So we're starting on page 45 in the paper document, where we have salaries and wages full-time for 402-112. So this finance wages of $302,336 is representative of no change in staffing from 2023 to 2024. So it's just reflective of the increase associated with the COLA included in the budget process. Finance office overtime is also kept consistent with prior year budget expectations of $500. From page 45, where we were talking about salaries, we wanted to go to, if there are no questions about those salaries, we'll go to page 72, where we have services and charges. So page 72, we're looking at 402-310, starting there with the professional services that are broken out below for government finance solutions and Keystone payroll services of $20,000 for the payroll services and approximately $25,000 for professional consulting services throughout the course of the year. Any questions on those expenditures for those consulting services? As we go down through, we have on 402 consulting services, we have the annual audit fees. They're estimated at $40,000, but it is anticipated that with the hiring of a new finance director, that the additional costs that were potentially occurred during this year, being a transitional year, will not be in place with the added support from government finance solutions as well as stabilizing of the financial department staff. With regard to 402 communications, that's budgeted a little bit higher than last year. Advertising, printing, scanning is at 1,500. Dues, memberships, etc., is at $7,750, and the memberships are listed below for showing training, participation in the Government Finance Officers Association. For staff, the GFOA conference, for anticipating staff's participation in that at $4,000. Postage is expected to be consistent with 2023. Advertising, and I'm sorry, I'm jumping into 403 accidentally. I meant to end with the GFOA conference of $4,000 for those services and charges. So we wanted to, were there any questions on that?
I'm just curious about the dues subscription going from 1,500 to 77.5. What was this?
I'm happy to talk a little bit about that. So in the past, I would say that our staff in the finance department has not been afforded adequate or necessary trainings to stay up on modern financing, not just trends, but more importantly, just information that can help improve their effectiveness in managing the finance department within, but also, working with the other departments and managing accounting in the way that would be supportive. I can elaborate. I'm sorry, I was a little behind there as I was following up, but so it's recognizing that we need to be able to provide adequate training, access to adequate training, and this wouldn't be annually. When having conversations with the staff and recognizing that increased training is not just desirable but requested from the manager for the staff, but maybe even more on a rotated basis. Every 2 to 3 years we'd rotate employees. But with the transition to Springbrook and ClearGov, there's some opportunities for training on the management of the purchase order workflow for the back end, so we can have that set up and adequately supporting our system, so we're not leveraging that, or so we're not utilizing Laserfish forms and then having to print and then scan to put into Springbrook. And so there's just I recognize that the transitions will increase training, but also keeping our staff giving them access to the credentials that they need.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Okay.
Okay. So if there are no other questions on the finance department, center, we'll look at the tax office, which is the 403 department, and that starts back on page 44 with 45 with salaries. Again, that's projected at $43,721, which is not a change in staffing for that department over the 2023 wages. From there, we're looking at going to pay, and if there's no questions about the salaries, we'll go to page 73 for the services and charges associated with the tax department activities, and that's starting with our department 403-320 object code, which is postage, and that postage is projected to be consistent with this year's expenditure of $6,000. Advertising, printing, and scanning is slightly increased at $1,500. The bond component of $5,500 is a little bit higher than in 2023's projection. And again, we have some dues, subscriptions, memberships, which would afford training opportunities for this position, and that has been budgeted at $3,500. That's 403-420 object code. And that would also include some tax collection trainings, as well as other industry opportunities for learning best practices. Contracted services of object 403, 450 is showing $5,000, which is slightly higher than the 4,400 expected in 23. And then there's software fees of $500. The real estate duplicate loading of that information is projected at $2,500. And then the loading of the Ferguson supplementals is projected at $1,000. And the program stormwater billing component is projected at cost of $1,000. Solicitor services is the next object code, so it ends with program stormwater billing at object code 403, 450 for services and charges for tax office. Any changes, suggestions, input?
Nothing on that
Okay.
section, I see.
All right, sounds good. All right, so now we're gonna kind of go back again to look at debt service, taxes, benefits, insurance, contingency, looking at page 94. So although this references page 94 in the middle, debt service, that component is related to interest on escrow deposits. The actual debt service associated with the paying of the bond and interest is actually in another fund. It's Fund 16, which we can look at later in terms of the acknowledging the principal payment of $230,000 that's expected and the interest associated on that bond of $157,000 on that. With regard to going down through insurance and benefits, we have the $25,000 for uncommitted reserve expense that is consistent with prior year budgeting for that number. Our safety improvement expenses of $1,200 is also consistent with the prior year budget for that activity. The insurance claim expenses is currently budgeted at 0. Again, I think that the concept of being conservative in terms of our claims activity from year to year was the approach taken in terms of setting a dollar limit for that claims expenses. Property insurance is anticipated to go up from the $85,000 to be expected in 2023 to the $97,750 budgeted in 2024. We are in the process of preparing the renewal information for them, and so if in the process of finalizing the budget that we get our renewal information in time for it to be incorporated into the numbers, we'll circle back and make you aware. But we were given preliminary expectation of what to expect for our these insurance coverages, and we try to incorporate that information into setting this budget amounts. Police liability insurance, we are anticipating that to go up as well to $26,400 over the $23,000 that was budgeted in 2023. Public officials insurance is also expected to increase to $26,400 over the $23,000, but expected for 2023. Workers' compensation is also anticipated to increase as it is tied also to paid wages as a result of the way it's calculated. Some of that increase is due to increasing wages from year to year. So our workers' comp wage or budgeted amount is $131,250 over the $125,000 projected for last year, and that's about a 5% increase between those 2 years. Going on to vehicle insurance, account 486355. We are expecting the budget for that to be around $25,440. Again, a slight increase over the 23 projected of $24,000. Crime insurance has also projected a small increase at $2,080 versus the 23 projection of $2,000. Employee wellness, we've decreased this nominally from the 2023 projection down to $4,000. Okay. Are there any questions about those insurance and benefits pieces?
Comments and questions?
Nope, okay. All right, so I think at this point we're going to page 52, the interfund transfers. Okay. So interfund transfers are account 492016, transfer from COA fund is projected to be $400,000, expected to, or increased over the 2023 projection of $300,000. The transfer to the Ag Pres Fund is anticipated at $10,000. Ag Preservation Fund is anticipated at $10,000 for 2024, consistent with 2023. The transfer to the Stormwater Fund is projected to be $250,000, which is decreased over the 2023 adopted budget of $450,000. The transfer to the Capital Reserve Fund is for 2024 is budgeted at $1,025,000, and this is an increase over the 2023 adopted budget of $975,000. The transfer to the TIF fund is anticipated at $1,178,524, and this is an increase over 2023 of $1,308,233. Below the transfer to the TIF fund shows how that $1,178,000 is projected out for tax real estate current rate at $275,127. The transfer current rate tax of $650,000, and then the earned income tax of $253,397 to come up with the total projected of $1,178,524. The transfer to the Agricultural Preservation Fund here of $5,552 is listed. The transfer to the Park Improvement Fund is identified as $609,000, which is a decrease over the 2023 adopted budget, which was $900,000. The transfer to the Liquid Fuels Fund is showing at $50,000, which is consistent with last year. The transfer to the Police Pension Fund is projected at $151,519. And the transfer to the non-uniformed pension fund is showing zero compared to last year. And I don't think there's any other questions on any other pieces of the transfer piece. Okay, any questions on those pieces?
Questions? I just had one question about the transfer to the Ag Preservation. So there was one under, maybe you said this, I'm sorry if you did. There was one under 492-033, oops, and then one under
Yeah, there were two of them listed, one for $5,552, and then there was another one
Yeah, $10,000.
for $10,000
$492,019
each.
over there.
We'll go back and confirm that that's not duplicative.
Thanks.
What page is that on?
So page 53, we have an account 493033 that shows a 552.00.
Because the 10,000 was what was in 2023, just from 492019, that transfer.
Yes, it's a duplicate.
So that probably
So-
just needs to be the total changed.
Well,
in one of them.
so there's the transfer to the ag preservation, and then there's the expenditure for the ag preservation. But yes, there is a duplicate, and the proposed budget should be 5,552. And I think what may have happened is the duplicate carried over, migrated from the appropriation for 2023. So we'll make that correction, or we'll adjust based on the board's discussion.
Great, thank you. And then I did just want to note that I think some of the 2022 actuals didn't port over fully, so if I would go back and compare my 2023, just so, in case there were
Right, we
questions.
confirm that
Yeah,
it came to the right account.
Yeah, so the account lines were all right, some of those numbers will just, and as we said yesterday, that will be corrected as we move forward in years using this software, so, just if you would see, a 0 and then a larger number the last 2 years, it just wasn't porting over, so just wanted to make that note.
And then while we're at the bottom of this page, which my page just topped, I just want to make a note that personnel services, and I said this in my opening, but I'll just restate it. It shows here a little over 11 million, and that's incorrect. It's totaling the personnel, the salaries and wages, plus the intertransfer funds. So that is something that we can have ClearGov separate out, but by default, that's what it did. So I just want to acknowledge personnel, salary and wages did not increase till $11 million.
11,353,000.
Yeah,
Correct.
thank you for that.
And I think we'll have that corrected before it gets, prior to the revised budget in the November 6th board agenda packet.
Great, okay. Let's see, so was that the
Move on?
conclusion of interfund transfers?
Yes.
Okay, was there any public input or any other questions from the board before we move to other COG items? Yes.
Mark Kunkel again, Ferguson Township. Just a clarification on the transfer to the stormwater fund. On page 52, you're showing $250,000. On page 203, you show $500,000.
What was the first page number you mentioned?
Page 52, you're showing $250,000 transfer from the general fund to the stormwater fund. On page 203, you're showing total of $500,000.
Appreciate you pointing that out. I believe that might be something that we need to manually adjust. And the appropriate transfer would be 500,000, I believe. I'm gonna look to the assistant manager here. I don't have both of the screens up right now. But we'll provide clarification here when we get to the flagged items. And I'll add that to the list of flagged items to return to.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think that was it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go to page 90 for the COG piece. And we're gonna start on, object ID 452-530, for Center Region Council of Governments Parks and Recreation, fiscal year budgeted 2024 is $546,099, compared to 2023 of $47,683. Moving down to the regional pools capital amount and 452-532, account ID shows 2024 projected at 155,587, compared to, which is slightly lower than 2023 of 157,530. The Nature Center account ID 452-533, projected budget for 2024 showing 79,755, with the adopted budget of 2023 being lower at 70,580. And moving down to the regional parks capital account 452-535 is showing 157, I'm sorry. And again, I think we might have missed aligning that with the 2023 associated allocation for that. The 452-536 2024 budgeted for Nature Center capital is 45,924, which is slightly higher than the 23 adopted budget of 40,641. The Millbrook Marsh capital contingency account of ID 452-540 rather, is showing 146,419, and again, I think that's not aligned with the last year's allocated amount, and we'll need to align that up. And then, and that takes us through that piece of the items on page 90. So if we go to,
I'm gonna ask
Sure.
one quick question.
Sure.
452-540, the Millbrook Marsh capital, for 146, 146,
419.
yeah. Do we know what that is? Because I know
think we might have aligned that up with an incorrect count. Because that should have been, you should have had that last year as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure, because I know we did a pledge for to match a grant. So that one I have just kind of a question
We'll
mark
get some more
about.
information on that.
Okay,
We'll have
thank
to get
you.
some more information on this. 'Cause
Well, just for clarification, Madam Chair, are you looking to see if that number is correct?
Or what?
Yeah, why there's there's CRCOG Nature Center capital and then Millbrook Marsh capital, the two
And
separate
they're
ones.
two different amounts.
Mm-hmm. I will look at the COG sent over a preliminary schedule of fees for contribution, so I'll look and compare that.
Great, thank you.
So going to page 74. We have the COG administration building capital contingency component with the object ID 406-530 is showing for 2024 budgeted $227,930, which is an increase over 2023 adopted of $159,646. We have the building capital for the COG account is for 2024 is budgeted at $17,151, which is an increase over 2023 of $6,113. The there is an administration contingency fund. Last year, there was not a contingency fund for the administration, and in 2024, it's budgeted at $834.
So on that, the increase in the administration, I think, is largely due to the cost and compensation. And the salary study adjustments, so that's where most of that
Correct.
is coming from, plus their COLA and merit. Other questions?
Okay. Looking at page 86, we have planning and central region planning as well for the COG. And this is account object ID 414530 is showing 2024 budget of $82,737 over a 2023 adopted budget of $72,913. And then we have the metro planning component of the planning agency is showing a projected budget of $79,705 over a adopted budget of last year of $36,661.
Thanks, and I'll just throw in there, that's due to the transportation grant specialist position, that planner position, and an allotment for grant consulting fees, and this is all part of the discussion we had the other week about going after the infrastructure money that's out there. So I think that number is still probably pretty true based on the finance committee. But again, we're getting we're getting the COG budget back on November 6th to discuss. So
we can get some more input in terms of if they've had additional changes.
Yeah, exactly.
Approaches, realigned. On ID 415530, the EMS contribution is projected at $17,342 over the adopted 2023 budget of $38,151. And there is no EMS contingency included in the budget for 2024. And then from there are no questions on the planning or the EMS piece. We can look at the transit piece, which is page 89, which is the CATA. Page 89, Center Area Transportation Authority, ID 447530, is projected at $155,840, which is, very close to what it was last year, within a few dollars. And that's broken out quarterly below, showing approximately $38,960 a quarter. Any question on the transportation piece?
Nope.
Okay. So moving on to parks, which is starts on page 90. Well, we did parks already early. I apologize for catching it up in the first part of the COG piece as opposed to in this section of it. So if there are no other questions on parks, we'll go to libraries, which is 93, page 93. The library as well increased from, this is ID 456,530, with a budget of $599,631, which is an increase of over 2023 of $511,497. This is another area that was significantly impacted by the class and comp adjustments that were adopted and drove that increase. The library operating, the library capital, or the capital account is budgeted at $27,491 compared to the operating, compared to the adopted budget of 23 of 26,825. And finally, we have the senior center piece, which is projected at $71,372, and this is an increase over the prior year of $63,161. And that takes you through the COG components.
Thank you. All right, questions and comments on that? Anything?
How much additional are we paying in libraries from the Half Moon withdrawal? Because my understanding with them pulling out, either the library had to cut back on services or we were gonna have to pick up more slack to keep the libraries fully funded.
There was an increase, I can probably
They
have
really
that number.
attempted to minimize
Yeah.
the increase by trying to realign services to ensure that the services for the remaining communities were being still continued. And I understood that for the most part, that they tried to offset a lot of that shift. And I believe Half Moon came back and offered a portion of their original, which I believe their original was somewhere around 30 or 40,000.
Yep.
And they came back and offered 12 to 15,000
Something
as a
Okay.
contribution. So when they kind of scaled back, like the book delivery services that were happening
Yeah.
there and the program services that were happening in that community, and tried to refocus some of that staffing, they really tried to minimize the impact. I don't have an exact number. We can certainly circle back when they come in to present and confirm where that landed.
That's a great explanation of what they did too. And again, the library formula is based on our usage, so the number of materials our residents check out, so.
Yeah.
Okay, other questions on library? Not seeing any, or any of these things, and if there's nothing else, we'll go to public before we move on. Any comments on this? Not seeing any, so looks like we're up to special revenue funds. We'll go to James Progar for that.
We'll start with the streetlight fund on page 99. Expected revenue, $25,926. That's based on the calculation that we get from our GIS. And then the streetlight service expenditure, $20,000. Streetlight maintenance, $2,500. Any questions on streetlights?
No.
Okay. Fire protection fund, or as it's more colloquially known, the hydrant fund. The assessment revenue, expected revenue is $135,000. Again, being a little bit more conservative on our expectation there. The service cost is $135,000, and that's based on the township has 324 hydrants serviced by State College Borough Water Authority, and that's $408 per hydrant for the service fee. So, any questions on hydrants?
Not seeing any.
Okay. And then general obligation. We have, for revenues, we have some interest earnings, about $5,000, and a transfer in from the general fund of $400,000. The expense, there's $800 in fees associated with maintaining this fund. Expenditures, principal payments on the 2019 bond, $230,000, and the interest payment on the 2019 bond, $156,668. Any questions on general obligation?
Questions on this?
Okay.
Not seeing any. Okay, public comment on this section before we move on. Not seeing any. Okay, so we'll move to small funds.
Beginning on page 129 is the Agricultural Preservation Fund. And so the Agricultural Preservation Fund is mostly funded through inter-transfer fund from the general fund, and what is being proposed is really just consistent from last year, which the board appropriated $25 per acre, and we are anticipating approximately there's an estimate from the county that there will be 3 farms to bring into the PACE program, and then close based on the number of acres to bring into the program brings you to $5,952 as an appropriation. Any comments or questions?
Comments on that? My thought was really to look back at what we had contributed per acre over the last few years. So do you know what we're at right now?
Right. So right now we're at $25 per acre, and the previous year, I believe the board in 2021 voted to bring that down to $1 per acre for fiscal year 2022. Prior to that 1 year, the board had appropriated $150 per acre since its inception of the program, I believe.
So knowing that we have some farms online, we have a big representation in this program, and I think it's an important part of the township to, my thought, to have some stake in this program, and so I was going to suggest increasing that amount, and would flag this to look to deliberate on that later.
Okay.
And thanks for those numbers that we can reflect on when we go back to that.
Yes, of course. And then page 156, we'll review the Pine Grove Mill Streetlight Fund. Move there slowly here.
Are you familiar about that, Matt?
A little bit. It's coming, it's loading, moving it. All right, so it looks like here, again, this is also one that's funded by general fund transfers. And this fiscal year for 2024, there is $0 that are appropriated, proposed for streetlight maintenance. And primarily, this was actually in the Public Works section of the budget. So there was an appropriation proposed for the streetlights. I believe it was $10,000 for continuation of the decorations. It was a carryover from 2023 into 2024, but it's in the Public Works section. But in the actual streetlight fund, you'll see $0. Any questions or comments?
So, yeah, I was trying to get back to the 2023 line item for that. I don't know if I'll find it here
I
very
can pull
quickly.
it up, or I can look to the assistant manager if you can pull up for the 2023, what was appropriated in this fund.
Because I thought this was the holding from what had been collected previously in Pine Grove Mill, so separate from the Public Works actions on the lighting. This was the township holding funds that have been collected So I was just, I
Staff
was,
had talked about it, and so it's my understanding that this fund was recently created, and there wasn't a whole lot of memory that shared light to why we established this
Okay.
fund. So I certainly intend to do a little bit more of a deep dive in future months or weeks, but what I know is that proposed expenditures for the streetlights are appropriated in the amount of $10,000 as a carryover for maintenance and for the decor as recommended and authorized by the board, recommended by the Pine Grove Mills Maria Plan Advisory Committee. So that carryover is in the budget, just not in this fund. And I'll have to look to better understand the purpose for the establishment. I'll look to the assistant manager to see if he was able to find anything in past history.
Last year in 2023, there was a revenue of $265 in interest and no expenditures, $0 in expenditures.
so, okay, so we can,
We might be
we
able
can,
to forego that.
yeah, we can discuss this one prior to final budget, because there was the community group in Pine Grove Mills had raised money for their lights, and the township was holding it, and so that it's a separate line. So
Now that you say that, I think I remember in Dave's last year, there was a resident that came and inquired about that money.
So, yes, I'm sure there's a
And
balance there, but we can go back and check. I just can't.
There
can't
is, I
find
mean,
it.
It's
it
earning
shows a
interest.
balance,
Yeah.
it does.
Okay, I've already.
But the
yeah.
purpose as to why is something that I'll have to look a little bit more on township records. But in a staff meeting, we were unable to come up with how that balance is there and why that fund was established. But based on what you're saying, I'm remembering a meeting in conference room 2 when the former manager was here, and a particular resident had inquired about that.
Yeah.
And I think it happened several years ago, and
Yeah.
the township's been holding it for a
That's
while
correct.
now.
That's correct.
So thank
yeah.
you for
Yeah.
jogging my memory. It at least gives me something to go on, because
Yeah.
previously we were all kind of not recalling.
Yep.
So thank you.
Great. Okay. Okay, so that concluded Pine Grove Mills Streetlight Fund, and we will get back to that. We'll touch base on that before.
I'll make a note
yeah.
here to bring back some information after
Perfect.
we look into that.
Okay, so we'll move to Park Improvement Fund.
One note that I just wanted to make was on Tuesday night, we were, when going through the general fund, we were looking at the stormwater fee for the township, and it was a pretty big discrepancy. Previously, it was broken out between parks and township property. So you'll see 34, 400, 454, 380. In 2022, it was $10,000 that came out of the Parks Fund budget to cover the stormwater fees. So that's how it was broken out. Last year, that didn't happen, but this year, it's all been covered in the general fund.
I see. Okay, thank
So,
you for
yeah.
that, because I'm seeing here it's 0 under that line. Okay,
Right,
thank you for
right.
that.
Okay, so undesignated park projects, 34, 400, 454, 000. We have 31,000. We have the ongoing park surveying program, 10,000. Playground and safety contingencies, 10,000. Those are both consistent with what had been done in the last 2 years. And I think, if I recall correctly, I think the playground and safety contingency a couple of years ago was actually 40,000. Last year we dropped it to 10, and we kept it that way this year. Parking lot seal coating, 11,000. I'll go through park by park. So Homestead Park, nothing scheduled. Suburban Park improvements, we're carrying over $80,000 for any outlying expenditures, work that needs to be continued after the year ends. And that would be offset by a $62,000 grant addition to the current grant from DCNR to support the increased cost essentially for Suburban Park from the original awarding of the grant that took on multiple, kind of snaked around and went through a couple different entities, and now it's back at DCNR and they're saying, we'll help you out. So that's offset by that. Saybrook Park improvements, carrying over $20,000. The plan, we had $100,000 in for 2023 to replace the playground equipment. Everything has been organized, ordered, but there's some delay until that will get accomplished in the spring. It's not able to be scheduled before the winter, so we'll have to wait until spring to continue that. So just carrying over $20,000 for whatever outlying work has to be done. Meadows Park, $5,000. Gaga Ball Pit, this was a result of a citizen request and recommended by the Parks and Recreation Committee. Cecil Irvin, this is the big one. So $873,000 is what we are budgeting for it here. This is offset by a 50% grant for the construction from DCNR and LW, I always get this wrong, LWCF. So that offsets the $773,000. You also notice a line item here for surveying for $100,000. That's assuming that we can't get the surveying done in-house. That would be the cost to survey the park that way. Songbird Sanctuary, $50,000. And that master plan currently under review to adjust a couple of things for the path, includes an observation deck. But that concludes the park improvement fund. So any questions on that?
Thoughts on that? I can start if no. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I think the Songbird Sanctuary Park, I'd like to flag that.
Yeah, I was gonna flag that
Oh.
too, yeah.
Okay.
Anything else? Not seeing anything else. Okay. Okay, so that is it for that section. Is there any public input on that section before we move on? Okay, not seeing any, so we'll move to fiduciary funds.
This begins on page 165, and we'll start with the police pension fund. So I realize here, I just want to start out by acknowledging that there's interest earned and realized gains and unrealized gains. I think in future years, we'll remove that. The unrealized gains are something that's actually recommended not to incorporate as something to be reliable. And so we're anticipating approximately 500 as interest earned. But what really ends up offsetting the expenditure here associated with pensions is under Act 205. There's funding it's state funding that's provided to municipalities. We're anticipating approximately, trying to look here, I believe it's $415,000. But what you'll see here is and we're starting out with police here, but police is anticipated to be funded with a partial funding from the Act 205. So while there's approximately $415,000 coming from the Commonwealth under Act 205, it is proposed to offset a little bit of, out of the total expenditure for the police pension. It will leave the township responsible for the municipal contribution at $163,784. And then there's employee contributions. The last 2 years, employee contributions were at 3%. Employee contributions will increase to 5% for the 2024 fiscal year. Oh, there it is. The total revenue source says it's $417,275, but that is also appropriated as a partial revenue for the for police, but then 100% offsetting for the non-uniform pension fund, which we'll just move into that. Next shows to be on page 159. Yeah, that might have sounded confusing. It would have probably made sense if I started with the non-uniform pension fund, which is actually on page 159. So again, this is an expenditure we're anticipating based on the actuary. So Ferguson Township engages for services from Concord is coming to mind, but it's Conrad Siegel. And so our representative Ashley Wise prepares the numbers for us, and the anticipation for Ferguson Township non-uniform pension is approximately $292,316. There's not there's not a transfer in from the general fund anticipated because of the $417,000 from the state for Act 205. 100% would be applied to cover the non-uniform pension fund. Any questions or comments?
I'm not seeing any.
Okay. All right. And then we have the Tom Tudyk Trust Fund on page 176. All right. There aren't many changes here in this fund from last year. And looking here at the expenditures, we have the fund broken into the same line items as last year. We're anticipating expenditures, proposed expenditures to be, excuse me, I'm all over the place here. There's anticipation of our proposed allocation of funds for the butterfly garden expansion. It looks like there was 2,000, and this was actually prior to getting a proposal. So this estimate comes prior to getting a proposal from the following discussions with the Tom Tudyk Trust. So I'll admittedly acknowledge that Ferguson Township has this partnership with Tom Tudyk Trust, and I, as my role as township manager, serve on this trust as a trustee, and I have not convened that trust until just this year, so my interactions and involvement still seem relatively new. And I'll again just acknowledge that the butterfly expansion garden is actually anticipated to be at a higher amount than 2,000, so that'll be an adjustment at the next meeting. There's general expenses continue. Well, it actually seems to be an upcharge of 500 based on what was utilized for this year. Expenditures remain relatively consistent from former years, and there's anticipation. I see here that what migrated over from last year was an additional 5,000 for the rental house improvements, but there are actually no anticipation improvements planned for the house, but it's there as a placeholder should there be an emergency or a need to make some improvements. Same allocation for rental house maintenance if needed, as well as the barn as needed. And then of course there's the Tudyk stormwater fee as well. I'll acknowledge too that this is a separate fund from the township, and so there are, it's in a different bank than the township funds. And again, I'm still acclimating and really familiarizing myself with this fund and my role and the partnership as it exists. But I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. I will acknowledge that we have someone here in the audience who is also part of this trust, and I'm sure may have questions or comments as well.
Great, thank you. All right, comments on this section, anything? Okay, public comment on this section.
Again, Mark Kunkel, Ferguson Township. I'd like to go back to the police pension fund if we can for a moment. Can someone tell me what our total unfunded liability is for 2024?
I don't have that in front of me right now.
And I may need to be corrected on this, but my recollection is that Act 205 funding has a prioritization of how pensions are to be funded. First priority is the police pension fund. It is a defined benefit pension, and Therefore, the Act 205 funds must be allocated to the unfunded liability that the actuary has calculated for 2004. Less any employee contributions, and those are normally a amount set by the Board of Supervisors up to 5% of an employee's salary, base salary. If I'm reading the budget correctly, you're showing Act 205 funding of $163,784 in 2004, employee contributions coming from the members of the police pension fund of $101,472. On top of that, you're showing a transfer then from the general fund of $151,519. And the reason I'm asking about this is because typically the general fund would not be contributing to the police pension fund. The Act 205 funds are sufficient to cover police pension obligation. Where the transfer comes from the general fund is typically on the non-uniform side, where you have a calculated, I believe the contribution there is 10% of base salary. So you run that calculation, you get a total and subtract out whatever the remaining amount was of 205 funding. So if you had a $200,000 obligation, you had $100,000 left in 205 funding, you'd have a $100,000 obligation from the general fund. I only mention this is because this will become an audit finding if you don't do this correctly. When the State Auditor General comes in to audit the plan, if the funding is not done correctly, you will have an audit finding. You will pay interest and penalty if that's not done correctly. So I just caution you to be careful about how that funding is done. Thank you.
Thank you. I
Thank
would
you.
like to say that in anticipation of comments, I have an email here from this afternoon, and forgive me, I'm having a little bit of an allergy reaction, but I have an email here from our auditor, Christine Zoner. You may recall when she was here regarding the state aid 205 allocation, and she's providing an attachment with DCED and certainly suggesting that things appear to be fine and she doesn't have any concerns, because we too, not doing this as a finance director regularly, wanted to inquire to ensure that we were presenting this accurately. And she of course says that, you know, in accordance with DCED, there's very clear guidance on what to do and how to apply. So while there may be priorities and interest and preference, it's not a requirement that we apply 100% to the police based on the email that I have here. She does acknowledge too that checking with Conrad Siegel, because they are our actuary, just for confirmation. And so that is something, in fact, we prepared this in collaboration with Ashley Wise, who's our representative, Conrad Siegel. But following Mr. Kunkel's comments, I'm happy just to, again, follow up with Christine and let her know the comments that were shared by the former manager. And I welcome Mr. Kunkel to reach out to me at any time for his imparted wisdom and experience prior to meetings or after meetings. Always appreciated.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, other comments? And I'll take comments in general at this point too, because we're going to take a little recess. So if there's anything else. Okay, I'm not seeing anything else. So we'll take a recess at this point and gather the items that we flagged for further deliberation and decision, and come back to that. I'll ask the manager about how long do we think we need.
Thank you. There weren't many items flagged. Ms. Rhonda Dimchak has been following and flagging, recording the items that have been flagged. So during this recess, she'll send over those items and we'll compile that list. So I would say maybe 10 minutes.
Okay, so we'll come back about 8:05.
Thank you.
And we are recessed. Thank you. if CNET's all set, great, I will call us back to order. And let's see, we will move now into some discussion and deliberation on the items that we flagged, and I guess we'll just go in order. So I'll ask the manager to kind of kick us off.
Yes, I will start with the flagged items. Strickland flagged the Pennsylvania State Association of Township Supervisors on page 210 under other services and charges of the budget packet.
Yeah.
And it was something that I actually had brought to the board's attention, that this is a line item that has not previously been there. And I would have no heartache if the board wanted to remove that and just increase miscellaneous trainings to help support requests for additional trainings for the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. And I think this came up during CIP perhaps, or another discussion to include this, because I know a lot of our neighboring municipalities attend these meetings. There's just different get-togethers and informational sessions and things they have. So I was thinking it might be worth our while to try it out as a membership for a year. I believe, and I don't know for sure, that Ferguson had been a member in years past. I'm not sure, looking over. I don't recall. So, yeah, no, not the PSATs, but the, are you talking about the Association of Township Officials or PSATs?
What was proposed was the Pennsylvania State Association of Township Supervisors. And
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking
okay.
about the Center County Association of Township Officials. That one we're doing. Okay, PSATs.
that was flagged. That one was flagged. The
Thank you.
PSATs.
PSATs was flagged to be a member or just added additional money to training. We were thinking maybe just add the additional money to training and see what it adds up to. We could track that this year, and see if it would be worth the membership. But I know those trainings are available to non-members. So yeah. So if everyone's agreeable to just adding.
We'll remove that line item and track the trainings that board members request to attend for consideration during the discussions for the fiscal year of 2025 operating budget.
Great.
It might be good to have the ID number too as we go forward here, because I've got some.
Great. Yeah. What
I
was
have page
the
numbers, and we can, I'm sure between the assistant manager and I, we can identify page number and then identify the account number.
Okay. So what page number was that?
Page 210.
210. Okay. I think I'm almost. Great. Okay. I think we're good.
And on page 214, the proposed position risk management director was flagged. And that's page 210.
I think that might be a different page in the PDF. Let me see.
Or excuse me, 214. Let me look here, although it's. So this would be account 401-112.
Okay. I have page 45 in the PDF, in the original PDF.
Mine's not working its way back there.
Page 45 on the electronic PDF version, thank you.
So maybe I flagged this one to reconsider this for 2025 and not move forward with hiring this position for 24. Okay. Jeremy? I think we're in agreement.
Yep.
Also flagged was the AmeriCorps position. Or, yeah, participating in the AmeriCorps program for a AmeriCorps position in the administration department. And in the notes initially, it was discussed that one of the examples this position would focus and assist on is the sustainable initiatives as recognized and identified in previous plans, strategic plan, as well as the climate action plan that the board had approved, I believe, in 2022. And that, I would say, is one example that the individual in the AmeriCorps program would provide assistance with. I will also note that while the COG does have the AmeriCorps position listed as part of the COG's, what do they call it, the mitigation and adaptive strategies, part of their climate action plan, while it is to bring in a position to assist with execution of the CAAP recommendations, one of the recommendations is to designate an energy coordinator at each of the municipalities. And so recognizing that the AmeriCorps staff person would be charged with executing one of the recommendations in the CAAP, it is to designate an energy coordinator position. And so I would just acknowledge that the AmeriCorps position would be able to at least assist with some of the early execution of the local climate action plan, as well as what is initiated in the regional CAAP.
Thank you. And I just wanted to clarify, so the $75,000 includes the part-time recording secretary, the AmeriCorps position, and an intern. So that's all three are in that $75,000. So thoughts on?
I was already.
Okay, Jeremy, thoughts on AmeriCorps? Yeah, I mean, I think you've given a good explanation for how that will complement and not be redundant of the one at CRPA, so.
Okay. The next item here flagged is the Community Economic Development Planner position on page 264 in the packet. And I will look to see where that is in the electronic version. Give me just a few minutes.
That might be page 49. If it's 414-112.
Yes.
So I have
Oh, there it
page
is.
49 in the PDF.
Yes, and so that position is rolled up in with the salaries and wages.
That might have been my flag as well. I was flagging that considering that we are going to be doing the economic development strategic plan and allowing that to happen first and then bringing somebody in if needed. So allowing that plan to move forward and identifying what the needs are. That's my thought in holding off on funding that one for next year.
I'm good with
I think we're in agreement in holding off on funding that position for next year.
Okay. Funding it, so removing the funding entirely for that position. Okay.
Yeah. And again, based on what the plan recommends, once it's presented, that might be something that's absolutely identified as needed and then can move forward at that time.
Okay. And the next item flagged is the professional services and under other services and charges on page 265 of the packet and on page 84 of the electronic PDF. Under professional services are listed sub-items, including the stenographer, the ZHB solicitor, and ZHB solicitor and professional expert testimony. I'll just acknowledge that having, the solicitor, having the zoning hearing board have representation is actually identified as necessary in the municipal, the MPC, the municipal planning code. And then while there are funds that aren't necessarily required to have the professional expert testimony, I'll just acknowledge that, when Township received a civil suit from a particular business property in 2022, the Township had had prepared to engage the services of NTM, the appointed stormwater engineer consultant, to testify on behalf of the township. And so having those funds available, they're only utilized if needed, but they are there to allow staff to expedite, or I should say facilitate in a expedited manner the resources and including testimony of experts as needed.
Okay, thoughts? Did you flag that? I'm not sure who flagged that one, or maybe I'm not sure. It doesn't matter. I'm fine with it.
was flagged.
Huh?
I don't know why it was.
Maybe it was me. Well,
Yeah.
I'll take it. I don't know. No, I think hearing the explanation and everything, that makes sense to me. I'll be all right with that.
Yeah. We're comfortable with that, yep.
Okay. And also flagged part-time, salaries and wages part-time on page 232 of the packet under personnel services. So I'm gonna go to that in the packet, look up the account number and find the electronic PDF version for reference.
Was that the one that was omitted?
Well, so I think, is this the one on page 50? This is the road crew summer help at 2 people at 25 weeks. Is that the one?
I have it at page 111 as the,
Because there was another one.
right, that was, I think
don't-
it was just missed because it was going to 33,000 on page 111.
Mm-hmm.
408-115, is that the one?
I have here, it shows for the part-time road crew summer help.
Oh, okay, that's not this one.
Yeah, so this was, right.
Oh,
this-
my apologies, it's the arborist. The additional support for tree trimming, and we have the mowing landscape ground worker summer help, 4 people at
Yes.
25 weeks at 40 hours a week at $16.50 an hour.
So it's still page 50. It's
Still.
455-115.
Correct.
Perfect, thanks.
Okay, comments on that one? So this is seasonal workers, mowing, landscaping, ground workers, summer help, 4 people. Thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it seems a bit much to ask of the taxpayers to, kind of lean into this one with nearly $70,000. I know we also talked about the winch to maybe aid the arborist in some of the things that needed to be done too, as something that else was flagged. So I would actually be a proponent of omitting this one.
Jeremy, do you have comments on this one?
This would be connected with the arborist.
Mm-hmm. It looks like it was about that last year, budgeted. I don't know if, that was an actual,
We weren't,
So-
we weren't able to bring in
that many.
the number of temporary assistants. We just weren't able to fill those part-time positions. They were
Oh.
advertised. I think we were
Mm.
able to fill maybe 2 of them. I'll acknowledge that, this is just the proposed wages here for part-time assistants is in support of plans that the board had previously adopted. I mean, as we have emphasized for expanding our services for municipal tree trimming and tree plantings and tree maintenance, we have an arborist, and we just have one arborist. And to meet the goals and objectives that have been outlined in some of the plans by the board, I would just acknowledge that this is an example of the board maybe considering a reduced appropriation to support some assistance. Otherwise, we have an arborist with a significant work plan based on some of the goals and plans that the board has previously adopted. So staff has just been moving forward in advance of what's been expected by the board, by what's been asked by the board.
So is there a tree specialist also?
There is we brought in an individual, but he did not take the actual tree trimmer position. The position is funded, and I don't believe it is filled right now.
Because I would think that, once that's filled, that would take a lot of the workload off of that, off the arborist, and probably reduce the need. So I don't know, do we want to cut this in half maybe? And hope that that position gets filled this year, because it's still budgeted for the municipal tree specialist. Sorry, tree trimmer. So I'd offer that as a,
I would say even taking it down to a quarter, and offering that maybe through prioritization and clear itemization of what those things the arborist is needing to do to meet the plans of the Board of Supervisors, if we could maybe have a prioritization conversation about that, then it would change maybe the need for even $67,000 or even a quarter of that. But to allocate something to it, but again, have a deeper conversation as to what we might be able to do differently with prioritization.
so a lot, whatever the quarter of this is, and then, currently his department, so, say this is your position, carry forward with this. So if it's a summertime help you need for the tree plantings or whatever.
Yep, just my thoughts.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with a half, I'm comfortable with a quarter. Jeremy, I think we'll look to you.
Where's the part-time falling into place? Because I looked at that, I'm seeing like mowing and landscape, and I know that is a service that, does take place, and I've, seen the folks out, our summer help out there outside my house where they, set up and get the work. They've done a great job the last 2 summers, and
But that was also, if I may, I'm sorry. I'm thinking too, it sounded like we weren't able to bring in the full suite of folks to do that either. So for you to see a really positive thing with limited resources tells me that maybe we can cut that down to at least below a half even.
yeah, it's interesting because I think even before school lets out for the summer, there's 2 people down there working.
So I think I would want to leave this at least 2, because they do the other public works things, with the roadside mowing and things
Right.
like that. But if maybe they're focused on that, and then we're saying, prioritize trying to find this municipal tree trimmer to compensate for, obviously they couldn't find 4 people to fill these part-time roles anyways.
And I like the idea of the 2 people because they have the 3 mowers and the truck, and considering my experience coming from the farm when my dad would be like, I want people on every tractor. It's like, well, yeah, that makes sense. At least have one person for all parts of your machinery to be able to, efficiently get the work done without any backup or delay.
And I would say too, I think what's difficult to put in perspective is that we have these complaints that staff gets, right, about overage. Sometimes I think the most recent one that I remember reviewing is the one that happened, the complaint that came in over near Radio Park. And so that's a result of not having adequate staffing levels to be able to respond to the township managing our, being in compliance with our own ordinance, right? So we can't have overage of shrubs into the sidewalk, right? If you walk along West College Avenue, for example, there are, some shrubs there that are coming from the right of way there onto the sidewalk, and you kind of got to go around the road. In fact, I think that we actually had that recently addressed, but so I'll just put in perspective that it's there proposed as an expenditure for the board to accept, reject, or modify the amount, and then we'll adequately respond based on the complaints and the work that needs to be done based on what appropriation the board would like to provide.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm fine with the 4. If we want to reduce it, I wouldn't want to probably take it below 2, considering that's what they were able to find last year. Yeah, no, please go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm good with 2.
I'd be good with 2 as well.
So the appropriation is, are you looking at cutting that in half or a quarter or a third?
Half.
Half?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna modify appropriation by half.
I definitely support the prioritization. So it's not like, hey, we would desire all this to be done now, whereas we do the prioritization, we just chip away at it year after year.
All right. I'll move to the next item flagged here would be the Pine Grove Mills, Nixon Road, and Route 45 on page 89 under Public Works Department Road Maintenance and Fleet of the budget packet. I'll go to 89. Oh, there it is. Yeah, 433, 372.
I think this was only flagged to note that we didn't want it to say only the Pine Grove Mills Nixon Road light, that we wanted, I guess, just even to delete that so that it's just traffic signal repairs, because it looks like it's all for that one.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, right, thank you. Add in the additional 22 signals.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, maintenance on 22 signals, yeah.
Thank you. All right. Another item that I have flagged here is on page 94 of the budget packet, contracted services, specifically spongy moth abatement.
Oh, the spongy moth?
455, yeah.
Okay.
It's account 455-450.
Okay, so we are on page 93 of the PDF. Okay, we had a presentation on this and had discussed kind of running this as a, not so much a test, but doing this for a year, seeing how this works, and reassessing the information we were given, as it wouldn't be an every year continually, but this is a cycle that the spongy moth goes through. So maybe you spray 1, 2, or 3 years. So something to track. So thoughts on keeping this in?
I would definitely support keeping it in. This does seem to have affected not only, well, all the wards of the township, but there has been some pretty concerning numbers within Ward 2 as well as Ward 3 on this issue.
And actually, we just heard in a resident in Ward 1 that's been having those issues as well in the Pine Grove Mill Small Area Plan Advisory Committee earlier too.
Yeah.
So it's
and if I'm correct, the data is also showing that some of the numbers are in a territory where we could see defoliation of the trees that is significant.
Yep, I'm fine with that too. So we are good with leaving that in.
Okay. And the next item flagged is of the budget packet here is on page 139. Street trees, new and replacement under recreation. It appears to be on page 138 of the electronic PDF version. Account, it's under Fund 30, account 455-375 for an appropriation of $39,500.
Thoughts on this?
Is that all cost from the township, nothing grant-wise or anything?
If the board chooses to appropriate funds, it would be, as of now, an appropriation for a line item without a grant. That's not to say that we may not be able to find some grants, but I know I haven't seen any in the grant finder publication.
I recall a few years ago, hearing from the former president say something about planting 1 trillion trees. I don't know where that ever got to, if that was something that came out of the federal government that, don't know if they were going to appropriate any monies or, but really haven't heard anything from it since then, so it may not have even came to fruition.
I recall some grants being available a couple of years ago, particularly for saplings, like the tree saplings. And so what's being, generally when the township's doing tree plantings, it's not the saplings, it's usually not a mature tree necessarily, but at least 3 or 4 years of being matured at a nursery. And so it goes in so they generally cost a little bit more, and there's less grant funding available. To the extent that I've observed. There might be more, but I haven't seen any.
And saplings, at least for our use, won't necessarily fare out too well.
I just don't know if I see it in the budget, nearly $40,000.
So that's replacement and new.
That's correct.
I think I'd want to keep up with the replacement,
Right, yeah.
but I can definitely, compromise on the new.
$50 replacement.
That's 700.
30 new. Sure not getting a lot of trees for our money here.
That is an observation I would agree with. And we pay a prevailing wage, so
Yeah.
it reduces our number of trees that we can purchase.
Right, and we are talking about a purchase that has been cared for and maintained for for a few years already, so there is that added cost the grower needs to be able to pay their bills with.
I'm just gonna say, it is an increase over last year too. I mean, it's about 10,000 more than last year's projected, so.
And when I see numbers like approximately 50 or approximately 30, I just think these are general numbers.
Right.
And general tells me that maybe it's a good estimate, but maybe it's not that much. And maybe we need to just take a harder look as to how many truly need to be replaced and reduce that number down. Again, it's putting things through a fine-tooth comb.
And that doesn't necessarily mean 50 trees need to be replaced either.
No.
Though,
And that might be an average, you know, or a high
Right.
expectation, or high estimate, something like that. And I know we don't want to get into the minutia of, you know, the decision-making on the part of the arborist, because that's
Right,
what he's there to
yeah.
do. So I would recommend that we assign an amount and say prioritize however you feel. You know, I would prioritize replacement trees. If you want to prioritize new
Right.
trees, then, you know, you can make that argument. But I would say let's maybe pick a number we want to say, and then say, you know,
We'll work within those parameters.
yes.
I would say 25 replacement trees and no new trees.
I was even gonna, yeah, I was even just gonna go with,
Okay.
even just giving them a number, like maybe give them 30, and they could decide whether that's replacement or new. We want to, of course, prioritize replacement, but like thinking about somewhere like even on Blue Course Drive, if one of those trees was to die tomorrow, there's still a lot of trees there that maybe that could be something we could look at replacing in 2025.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Calculator here.
Right, I was,
And then
So-
also going back to even looking at the budget next year, maybe if there was trees that didn't get replaced, maybe throwing those numbers in there for us to kind of evaluate, okay, do we want to give them more for trees or keep it the
Yeah.
same?
I'd be good with 20,000 as the cap. That gets you about half of, you know, you can spend it all on half of this, you know, replacement trees, or reduce that number and put some new ones in
Yeah.
for 150, which is not a lot. So I would be fine with 20,000.
I'm good.
I'm good with that too, and that gives the staff an opportunity to know what's best, you know, to prioritize what can be done, what should be done. Maybe a replacement tree isn't needed where there was one lost, and so forth. So I think that's good. So you've captured that, and we're ready to move on.
Okay.
The next item on the list is salaries and wages part-time for stormwater fund on page 112 of the budget packet. Which,
This was the other part-time.
This is the one that just needed to be carried in.
Yes.
Yeah, that was just this one.
So this was also, let's see, 408115, so page 46 in the PDF. 408115, okay, so this is also under,
Fund 20, oh, excuse me, this is actually listed as,
so in the printed book, we have it on page 112.
I had this 111 in the PDF. The $18,000 revision?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so page 111 in the PDF, and then also page 46 in the PDF.
but the yes, and the salaries and wages and part-time is actually on page 111. It shows that there was a request to carry that over, and I'll look to the assistant manager to see if he recalls specifically, but there was a request to carry that over to carry the part-time wages of 18,240, but I think then it was flagged when it was acknowledged that that was gonna be a carryover.
And there was that one, the one that had the correction to 35,000?
But-
No, that's.
No, that's road
engineering.
crew, that's a separate one.
Okay, because I had that. Okay, so let's make a note of where that one was. All right, so I have 408115 on both page 46, this is in the PDF, and 111. So we're saying that that needs to be marked as 18,000 for 2024.
That was,
Carryover?
as,
The carryover one.
yes, and it was an observation that was noted that we needed to put that in, and then it was flagged as an item for discussion.
Okay, I think we were flagging that to reconcile those two.
The engineering part-time salary and wages with the stormwater fund salaries and wages. Let me look here.
And then I guess I'll just, well, I'll ask at the, we can check this at the end, but in the errors and omissions slide that we had gone through, that correction for, there was a part-time correction.
Yes, James, can you pull up the errors and omission? The appropriation was 946,000, but I can't recall the account. And in that account, there's also,
Let me read this note, hold on, okay. 01, 400, 408, 115, temporary or part-time engineering should have wages for 4 employees to assist in busy seasons, and it should be at $35,880.
Sorry, can you repeat that number?
35,880.
thank
Okay.
you. Yes.
Okay, so that, okay, so on page 111 and
Page 46 on the.
46,
Electric.
408115, now it was 18,000 in 23, and now we have it at 35. Is that what you have? Is that what you have?
That's what my note said last night, but if I understood what James just said, though, it goes to the engineering one that was on page 46.
Yes,
Mhm.
Right, out of stormwater,
Okay.
pulls out
Yeah.
of stormwater, goes into 01 general fund, that's
That's
correct.
in the amount of 35,000.
Yeah, so I think besides that, I'm sorry.
Okay.
The one that needs to still be, I guess, reconciled is that 408,115, that's on page 111. That was for the 18,240 back in 23. So that, did we flag that one too?
Yes.
Okay.
And we're saying that should be 0 because we're taking those bodies out of stormwater and,
Actually, what would go here is 35,000,
right.
and it would actually come out, I'm looking at James.
The 35,000 would go in engineering, 408, 01, 400, 408, 115 for part-time engineering.
Do you have both of them up in your, okay.
Yeah, so the line item in stormwater fund is 0.
Oh,
Okay. So it remains 0. It's presented as 0, it
Down.
remains 0.
Okay, and then page 46 is becoming 35,080.
Yes.
okay, thank you.
And it gets
That-
reduced from the line item of 946,000.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm making this 0 again, okay. And this, I'll just close my page. Okay, so we are ready to move on.
The next item flagged is the engineering specialties on page 113 of the budget packet. Which is the count 408,317.
Okay, so this is our $467,000 expenditure for preliminary design, permits, geotechnical investigation. So this is our MS4 permitting projects. I mean, we did, I flagged this one, so I'll go ahead. We did flag a number of other stormwater items. where we have more flexibility to reduce expenditures and not impact progress on meeting the mandate. So I'm comfortable leaving this here. You know, what's going to get spent is only what can be accomplished in the year. So there's that too. Thoughts on that?
So it sounds like we're anticipating a much lower spend just based on the calendar year and what we can get done.
There's, you know,
I'm still trying to get to the electronic page.
I'm
here.
sorry.
So I apologize. I was trying to find it under general fund, and then it hit me. I need to be in Fund 20.
Page
This is
112.
page 112 of the PDF, page 113 of the printed book. 20-400-408-317.
On the electronic version. Page 3.
I think I found the right thing. We have to talk about this one anyways, even if it's not.
Right.
So, well, we can keep discussing thoughts on that.
On the stormwater projects.
This is on the 408-317. So this is the PRP projects for the MS4.
Yes.
Okay. So I flagged it. I wanted to discuss this. You know, like I said, we did flag other things under this fund to work with and maybe modify. I'm fine leaving this here. I mean, this is the mandated item, so. But I,
Yeah.
you know.
I'm fine with, leaving and moving on to the other ones and seeing what comes back.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Very good.
The next item that's flagged is contracted services under Public Works on page 114 of the budget packet.
Okay, so this was the cleaning, inspecting, and video assessment of 12,000 some linear feet. So we had discussed this one, and then probably what is going to be the next item, modifying those.
And this is contracted services for the pipe cleaning, inspection, and video assessing.
Okay, and again, we're on page 113 in the PDF. We're budgeted at 135,000. Thoughts on this? You know, I flagged this. I was interested in reducing this somewhat.
Again, I think I need to know a little bit more about the prioritization that got us to the 12,335, or do we know what that number is?
And without Dave or Ron here, I mean, I can tell you that during the discussions of the stormwater fee, there was presented a level of service which with a 5, 7, 8 year plan of getting through all the feet of pipes that we have. And so within that, and it's been modified before, so I could not tell you what it is right now. So it's been modified, but that was the idea of calculating so many feet per year for relining and for video assessment and cleaning. So
When the board adopted the levels of service, part of the plan was to do assessment and cleaning of so many linear feet of pipes within the township. So we have 33 miles of piping along our road network, which is 55 square mile here in the township. And so putting the township in a plan, it was to do what's presented here. I think it's 12,335 linear feet per year of stormwater pipes, which is estimated to be at about $11 per linear foot. So that's not, nothing's prohibiting the board from making that change as it's being proposed for an appropriation. But staff is presenting it in accordance with the adopted by resolution stormwater utility fee and the maintenance of the infrastructure owned by the township.
Yes, please go ahead.
Just a clarifying question. How many linear feet of stormwater pipes do we have in the township?
I couldn't tell you by linear feet unless I did the math, but I can tell you it's 33 miles
33 miles.
of
Right.
stormwater piping. So that's the amount of infrastructure that the township, when adopted the stormwater utility fee, committed to assessing, cleaning, and doing video assessment.
So, I mean, we're really only talking about just over 2 miles worth of cleaning here out of the 33.
Yeah, I think it's based on a 7 or 10-year program, so it's provided on our website. I don't know if you would like to allocate time. I can see if staff can look it up, but we have a plan that the board adopted to do so much video assessing, cleaning per year until we get to a point in time where we can say, okay, all of the stormwater utility fee collected has now been allocated to do the video assessing to determine exactly what cleaning and infrastructure repairs need to be done in accordance with the plan that's been adopted. And nothing's prohibiting the board from adjusting that plan, but the appropriation is based on what's been approved by the township and what's been communicated to our residents.
I don't know if it's appropriate for tonight, but I definitely want to revisit that plan and approach, because since I don't know the numbers well enough, we don't have somebody from Public Works here tonight. I'm wondering too, if this is one of those things where, let's say it costs $5 a linear foot to go ahead and just do the video inspection, then you have to come back to do, $2 worth of cleaning. We'll just go ahead and just do the cleaning and stop video assessing. Is there a trade-off between
It's
the
kind
two?
of the same, you do it at the same time.
Oh, you do?
Kind of, I'm looking at Mark.
I think you need to clean it to assess it.
That's the bottom line issue, guys. You just need to eliminate the lining and the videoing and meet the MS4 mandated project that you have to do on Slab Cabin and Beaver Branch for $400,000. It's a dollar for dollar issue. You don't have to do the lining and the cleaning and everything, but you do have to do the Slab Cabin and Beaver Branch project. That's your MS4 permit. So it's just a trade-off. You're balancing the stormwater fund by eliminating the things you don't have to do and doing the things that you're mandated to do.
So I just want to go back to looking at the contracted services that were approved last year too. And so this was identifying 33,000 linear feet per year. And that was an estimated $5, and that really went up per year, $5.70 per linear foot. So yes, that is a thought, but it's a contracted service. My understanding is it's all at once. You video, you clean, the debris is taken away, and that's the other thing. So that's part of it. But that's the argument. This is the area where we have the flexibility to reduce. This isn't the mandate. So, like the MS4 permitted project. So.
Go ahead, Matt.
Well, no, and I guess that's my question is, can we truly eliminate it? When you mentioned it was a contract of services, we're not under contract with anybody right now to do it.
That is
Right,
correct.
yeah.
We issue the bid.
Yeah.
So the only thing I would caution the board is that you have adopted a plan to provide a level of service with the stormwater utility fee that you have adopted and communicated to the residents. And so we have a requirement to follow that or adjust that. Tonight, I would ask the board to consider what appropriation you would like to have in the budget. And then staff will certainly be able to move forward with the execution of awarding of bids based on the dollars that are allotted.
Thank you. And that's how we approached it during the CIP. We really tried to discuss where we could get the revenue and expenditure to meet a little bit better. And now we're saying, yes, let's prioritize this mandate that we have. And so we moved on from that. And so that was the 400 some. I have thoughts. I want to give I don't want to,
No, please, I'd like to hear.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah, and-
I'm very interested in reducing those numbers. So I think, and, at the same time, that's still significant work. And so I don't have here what was accomplished in 2023 to go back and say what was, how many feet were actually done, but we don't need to know that. We just need to, we're allotting the dollars here. So I'm interested in reducing both that relining and the contracted cleaning, inspecting, and video assessing.
I'd hate to say, I would just reduce it down to only the emergency pipe cleaning repairs and coming up with a dollar figure for that. Until we maybe revisit it as a board.
I think I see where you're coming from,
Yeah, I'm just-
Mr. Heller, and I'm there as well. And considering when the stormwater ordinance was adopted, which I believe was 2020 or 2021, it does appear there has been a lot of changes in cost, which have, I think, really challenged us in what level of service we had initially committed to.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, I'm looking at last year's budget, and it was about half of the cost for the video, the contracted services. So it really, really has increased substantially. I think that's a point that can't be overlooked, the re-looking at those level of service based on the cost increases. So, we yes, we're kind of limited in what we're gonna policy-wise decide here, but I think I think we just need to kind of settle on a number here. And
What would constitute an emergency?
and I'd leave that to staff. I wouldn't have the board try to figure that out. So
Yeah.
and so if I would not want to make a recommendation like that, because I don't know how many emergencies there have been in the past 2 years. So I'm hesitant to put any parameters like that on anything, and would prefer to leave that kind of fine, detailed decision making to staff. But it might be easier to go and look at the pipelining first. From last year, it looks like that cost estimate is about the same, or is the same. And that's looking at relining approximately 2,142 linear feet. The budget had included 3,000 approximately linear feet last year. And I guess same concept here. I'd be looking for a number, and allow staff to move forward with the fine detailed planning of that. So, and I'll look over to the manager for your thoughts on where the discussion is at this point.
Thank you. So I would say that, yes, in accordance with the pipelining account 2040-446-610, that is for relining piping, and discussions that I've had with staff is that we certainly would prioritize doing the assessment and the cleaning over the lining.
Okay.
Not that that's not a priority, but again, that changes that level of service. So, any type of change certainly kind of it changes what the plan is, but I would acknowledge that getting the pipelining, the video assessing and the cleaning done would be prioritized over lining, because we can't line what we haven't had video assessment of. And so prioritizing getting all of our infrastructure, or what money is allotted, is what we'll end up doing. But it's up to the board what the appropriation is, and then we'll make that adjustment and work within those parameters.
Thanks. And I'll say, just, you know, as part of the stormwater fee discussions, there was a great deal of education about the whole process too. But part of that was a reluctance to do all the video assessment first, because by the time you're done with it, it's kind of outdated for the initial pipes. So it's, you know, you would want to go a little bit in tandem here with some pipelining funding and video assessment. But, you know, that's just my layperson's understanding too of that. So just for that little bit of extra information. So it's sounding to me like we're interested in reducing the contracted services somewhat. And what I'm hearing from the manager is to not reduce that fully, to keep something in there, and then to look more at reducing the pipelining. Okay, so do we have some number suggestions, or maybe a percentage of what's been proposed here?
I think I'm still grappling with the idea that something that's less than, you know, a half a mile can cost $344,000. That, I mean, those numbers are just staggering. So I would be a fan of, I don't know historically what we may have had to have done in this place. I know we don't have some numbers on that. Unless, do we?
So are you looking at the pipelining?
Yes.
In last year's printed budget, it was 2022 was projected at 416 for capital construction, but that included a whole lot of other things. So I wouldn't be able to.
I mean, I would be fine. I'll just throw out the number, you know, $80,000.
Jeremy, thoughts on that? And then I'd look at the manager.
I mean, I can give my recommendation, but I certainly respect the board's prerogative here to set the appropriation, and we'll do what we can with that. I will say that all the board the award contracts for this year's pipelining and video assessment have all come to the board, and that information has been presented and is available. I don't have it here readily available to share with you.
Yeah.
$80,000 gets us about 500 feet of lining.
So you're looking at the
Oh,
pipeline
lining.
446, 610.
Right, yeah, 446, 610, the pipelining, at 161 linear, you know, dollars per linear foot. At $80,000 gets us just under 500 feet.
Thoughts on that? And then thoughts on the video assessment.
I think it would be important for us to prioritize video, because why fix something if it's not broke? But first you need to find out if it's broke. And yeah, I think it's just more sound to have the data and information of what the current conditions, and then make a decision on where we go with lining, or even, there may even be cases where replacement's necessary. My understanding, not everything can be lined, and lining only lasts for so long as well as the current piping, so.
Right. Okay. So you're at 80 on pipelining, and what on video? This is contracted services, 446, 450.
I like the 80. I don't know.
Jeremy, thoughts on either of those two, or both?
Yeah, I'm willing to go with it. I think if we are looking at further lining in future years, I would like to have a little bit more information and data. to really make a decision. I think we owe it to the public to have that level of transparency as to what the stormwater fee is going for and what we're spending it on.
And using that as well, maybe higher than 80's right. I don't know, you know.
Right.
What,
I mean, I'd
what is
probably
it?
say 100 for both, maybe just,
Even hundreds?
I'd be able to support an even 100.
because I think that keeps enough in contracted services and it greatly reduces pipelining.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
So for clarification, there's a modification to the appropriation for account 20-400-446-610 to adjust to reduce to 100,000, and then modify account 20-400-446-450 to 100,000.
Yes, are we in agreement on that? Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. All right, then the next item here, flag, would be the pipelining community partnership program and the affluent facility as well, under capital construction on page 115 of the budget packet.
Okay, I believe I flagged the community partnership program, mostly because there's not a policy in place on this yet. It just seemed a little premature for this year to do this, and I think especially if we're looking at maybe resetting levels of service on the plant. So that is my thought, and I'll open it up to the board for other comment.
Yeah, I'm good at putting that on hold as well.
Yep, I'm good with that.
Okay.
All right, for clarification, I'm going to note we're rejecting the appropriation in the amount of $52,000. Account 20-400-446-610.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, and the next item here would be there's 3 items flagged: the new host server, the security surveillance camera network, and the conference meeting rooms under administrative capital purchases on page 140 of the budget book.
I'm sorry, I think I skipped over the effluent facility.
Oh, my
so
apologies, yeah.
That's just fine. So we had flagged that one to perhaps reconsider for a future year.
Okay.
So comments,
I'm good with looking down the road on this one.
okay.
Right, yeah.
Yes, I think we're in agreement with pulling that for this year.
Okay, and I'll just confirm that we'll reject the proposed appropriation of $175,000 in account, or Fund 20, account 400-446-610 for the affluent facility. Okay?
Thank
Alright.
you.
Thank you. And then returning back to the 3 items flagged, the new host server, security surveillance camera network, and the construction meeting room under administrative capital purchases on page 140 of the budget book. So in preparation for this evening, I followed up with the quotes that were received and a review of the assessment for the township's vulnerability, as well as our master service provider, Hinton Associates, to identify, for example, the new host server, a better understanding to be able to respond to the question. And so it was confirmed that we could wait another year, which is, of course, different than what was proposed from our MSP and the CIP. So that was carried into the operating budget as an expenditure based on discussions and preparation and what was approved in the CIP. But they are suggesting that we could propose a delay into 2025. So this will possibly, and I'll just note possibly, because as we've invested in some of our software programs to be cloud-based rather than on-site premise, there is a need to have our, at some point when we onboard our future IT administrator, one of the first projects will be to really do an assessment and inventory of some of our software services, and based on some of the recent changes for, as it was described in our recommendation section of the vulnerability assessment, we have moved a lot of our, our network to cloud-based, and so there may be a need to reconsider if we need all of the servers that we have. So I'm certainly in favor of delaying this. Prior to talking to our master service provider and the and reviewing the vulnerability report, I will tell you, with the server that crashed this summer and that had all hands on deck on a Saturday afternoon, I would have fiercely suggested that we do this, but after talking to our master service provider, there is recognition for various reasons why we would just go ahead and wait until 2025 to consider replacing this server. So with that said, unless if there are any questions on that particular item, if the board so choose to reject the appropriation, I would make a note of that.
I'm comfortable with that, Jeremy.
Yeah, I would be comfortable with that as well. I haven't really followed the prices of technology, but I imagine with COVID and such, those prices are probably still up there a little bit if they've increased over time. And hopefully in 2025 we get a break.
Well, cloud services.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
yeah, I'm good with
Yeah.
moving.
Okay, we're in agreement on that.
We're going to reject the appropriation of $35,000 for the new host server under account Fund 30, or excuse me, under Fund 30, account 407-750. All right, and then additionally, there was a review in preparation for the discussion this evening, as there was a request for additional information on the security surveillance network. So I will share with you, there was initially a appropriation proposed in the amount, I believe, of $86,000. I would reduce that to approximately $67,000. And the reason for that is currently, and I believe I began discussion on this the other evening, what really came to our attention in the report of the vulnerability assessment is that our current camera network has several different exposures and vulnerabilities associated with that. And in addition to that, it did pop up on a list for our master service provider to have the NVR replaced. And that replace came at an estimate cost with our current vendor of approximately a little over $21,000 for the replacement of our NVR upgrade system. But again, that has vulnerabilities, and we have some concerns with that. And I have here actually, as part of a analysis, a report that specifically speaks to concerns if the board is interested in reading. Some of this is certainly public information, but because it does discuss some of the vulnerabilities on access to the township's network, I won't share all of that publicly. But in addition to that, we had received a quote for services of Cisco to replace and go to the cloud-based version. And with that, for the infrastructure, the equipment, and the support to replace the system would be a little over $40,000. I think it's approximately $46,000. And then for the cloud-based subscription, it would be about $425 per camera, and that comes to about $16,000. So when I just did a comparison between what the price would be or the cost would be to do an NVR replacement through our current vendor, it's about $21,000, a little over $21,000. And to move all of our security surveillance network to the cloud base, which has its increased security needs, but also, while it may increase a bit our operational costs long term, it reduces our capital investments long term. But when I compare the network service for the NVR replacement, it's at approximately a little over $21,000, and the cloud-based version subscription is $425 per camera, which comes to about $16,000. So there's about $6,000 savings. And so we are looking to have the appropriation reduced to from $86,000 to approximately a little over $67,000. So this evening, what would happen if the board would so choose accept the appropriation, it would not be in the amount of $86,000, it would actually be in the amount of $67,000. Any questions or comments?
I guess my question is, and what specifically are we getting again for the 67,000? We're not going to the cloud-based,
Cloud-based version.
so we would be moving to the cloud-based version, which of course will reduce our vulnerabilities in the future as well, because somebody else is patching and taking care of everything. I
And
like that idea. Yeah.
We do too. The vulnerability report showed some
Yeah.
exposure that leaves me unsettled.
Okay, so it sounds like, would this also be rewritten to, you know, replace security surveillance camera network, or move to cloud? Just so it was specifically called out, or is that even necessary?
I would probably just put security surveillance network.
Okay.
And of course, if there are questions, I'm happy to answer questions the board may have. And as right-to-know requests came in, for example, we would share what would be non-exempt, like what would be available for public access.
I mean, to me, that's $20,000 savings, and it's getting you more security and improvements in the future. I really appreciate that you took the time to do that, truly, thank you.
Of course, yeah. And I did I forgot to mention, I did do an apples to apples comparison with one vendor versus the other, and I said, you know, for one camera, particularly one camera that we have in the lobby, what would the price different? And so the difference of $50 for this one particular camera fell consistent with the observation of the NVR in comparison to the cloud-based version. So just kind of bringing into perspective that, yeah, the assessment was done, and when I was on the phone with the vendor that was quoting the cloud-based options and a lower rate last evening, I was pleased to hear that we were able to negotiate from the 86,000 down to the 67,000.
Okay.
I'm going to modify this amount.
Yeah. Other thoughts on that? It's sounding like there's agreement on this. Any other questions?
Random thought, but thinking about like with the elections drop box out front, is there anything that we need to consider requirements either now or forthcoming of how video surveillance of those boxes should be? Maybe even the county partnering with us to make, you know, just random thought.
We do provide a form that we submit to the county acknowledging that we have a police department and that it is under surveillance.
Right.
And, so.
That's what I always think about our Dropbox when I hear concerns. It's like, well, it's right outside the police station.
Right.
Like,
And it's under surveillance 24/7.
it's not only got a camera on it, it's got police department right outside it.
Yeah. Very good. Okay.
And the other item was the conference meeting rooms. And that, I had shared earlier, or at the last meeting, that this year we have funds appropriated and just recently executed an agreement to have the audio and visual improvements done in the main meeting room. And we were able to utilize the appropriations for this year to also do improvements in the conference room too. What's being proposed for consideration by the board is for an additional, a little over 15,000, would be then to carry the same video conferencing platform and have that integrated and installed in the police department's meeting room, the public works conference room, as well as conference room 1. I would say that if the board had significant concerns, there's not necessarily a security breach that presents itself at a high level. Acknowledging, however, that the video conferencing system that we're moving toward, again, Cisco, has the highest level of security, and we don't necessarily need to worry about Zoom bombers, for example. The Zoom platform does have, and we've seen reoccurring throughout the year since COVID, and we've seen an increased use of Zoom, we have seen Zoom bombers. And so moving towards this video conferencing system through Cisco, it's been proven not to have that level of disruption because its security is patented and managed at a high level. But I'll just, to be fully transparent, it's I think it's desirable, and it would certainly increase our security with Zoom meetings in these other conference rooms, but the use of those other conference rooms don't compare to the use in this room, which is why this has always been the priority.
And are the upgrades in those rooms attached in some way to the work that's going to be done here? Are we getting a cost savings by doing it now? Or
There is, I can't really compare a cost savings, like apples to apples, right? I probably could if I thought about how to creatively do it, but the savings is rooted within the two different systems, if you would, right? So with the exception of this room and conference room 2, because we'll be moving towards these audio and visual improvements, using Cisco as the platform, and they have a very secure video conferencing platform, right? We would continue to use the Zoom in the other rooms. And so in terms of a cost savings, we would be using Zoom, so there's a savings there, rather than investing in the $15,000 to integrate and streamline the same platform for video conferencing meetings. Is there a cost? I mean, I could say worst case scenario that we've heard from other organizations that have used Zoom, right? Where you get Zoomed and it's not just some terrible words, but they get into your system, into your network. I would say that's extreme. It's always a risk.
yeah.
But it's not rising to the highest level of my concern. It could tomorrow, but it's not right now, admittedly.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, comments on? Go ahead.
I do see this as an expense that does bring value to our residents. They want to be a part of the meetings. We encourage them to be a part of the meetings. Now, I know when you talk about the Cisco, like, how's that gonna, like, what changes would the residents see from this purchase?
That's a great question. And so what came to mind when you were saying that is when we did the interviews for the supervisor vacancy, we held that in conference room 1 because there were other meetings taking place. And so having, again, the Zoom is limited to internet access, right? So we provide public access to Zoom meetings. With the Cisco platform and the video conferencing, we can actually issue a number, and any of the phones, because we use the same Cisco, the same platform for our phones.
Right.
One of the benefits, not just security, but also being able to access phone communications through our laptops, our devices, right? So a benefit to the public would be that even in conference room 1 or any of the other meeting rooms, we would be able to bring those that don't have access to internet, whether it be a barrier because of location in the rural areas, Ward 1, we could invite them to participate or listen through the video conferencing that would be secure and easily accessible by just dialing a phone number, and they would be able to participate by phone.
And WebEx, I mean, I think if you're used to using
Thank you.
Zoom, it's
Right.
going to be pretty much as user friendly as that. I've used it before, and I think I like the idea of the
Okay.
consistency, with all the different areas. Say if an ABC is meeting in a room, and the participants are able to access that. They're not on Zoom one time and WebEx on another. I think consistency is important.
Right, yeah.
I mean, it is a different program, but we're moving toward that, and I having had uninvited guests at our meetings via Zoom before, I'm very much looking forward to not having that. So I think it's an important step, and I'd like that consistency.
I'm good.
So, all right.
No, good.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then the next item flagged is the electric vehicle charger under the administrative capital purchases on page 141 of the budget packet. And as part of the board's conversations at the previous meeting, there was a question, was the PO submitted? And the answer to that question is yes. The PO was submitted, and there actually had been a commitment on the side of the township to submit the order. And it was interesting when I did the follow-up here, the Ford workers were on strike, and so the order did get processed. And so while I understand, just returned recently, maybe this week, our order is there at this point in time and so there would be, I was told we could expect penalties if we withdrew our order. That said, the good news, I guess if there were to be good news, is that the appropriation in 2024, I believe, is approximately $67,000. But we have the order in at $53,000. So the carryover, while the PO's been submitted, the township hasn't expensed any funds for this, and we were told that we wouldn't need to make that payment until it was delivered, but we could fully expect a delay, given that the workers were on strike. And so we are kind of like locked in at this point. But what I would say is we can, if the board desires, reduce that proposed appropriation down to $53,640, I believe.
So could you give me the item number,
Yes.
if you have it?
Yeah, what are we looking at here?
It's on page, I have my notes here, on page 141, Fund 30, account 409-750.
409.
Oh, excuse me.
I was gonna say, you went
I
for the electrical
I
charge.
did. Did you
It's
catch
okay.
that? I'm so
That's
sorry.
okay.
I am
Okay.
so sorry for the confusion. Yes, so I jumped to the electric pickup truck, but really what's on my notes next is the charger, the electric charger,
So
which
the-
is an appropriation of 10,000. I jumped ahead.
That's okay.
So we'll just go to that one, if you're okay with that.
Yeah.
just to be on the same page, the truck is going to be on its way.
Yeah, the truck is, yeah.
Truck is gonna be on.
Okay.
But for a little
The truck
bit
is in
lower
there a
cost.
little
yeah.
cheaper.
Yeah. Is there an electric charger at all?
We
Over
currently
there?
have 2 stations. We have
Okay.
one here at the lower parking lot and one up on the.
So this
upper
is just
parking lot.
additional?
Correct.
Okay.
I would be fine with eliminating it,
Yeah.
even, no, I mean, no, yeah, I'm fine.
As long as we have one,
Yeah,
and we have
sure.
2. So I'm fine with eliminating this at this point.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, and just kind of readdressing it as capacity
Mhm.
starts becoming a concern.
Exactly, and technology is changing, and
Right.
I'm willing to not commit too much at this point, you know,
And
if things are
it-
gonna change.
It also, it for me relates to the Ford hybrid SUVs that we also have flagged,
Yes.
because
That is, yeah, that's,
I'm probably, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, okay, so we are, saying no to the vehicle chargers.
okay.
I think this,
Thank you. So I'm gonna just make a note here that we're going to reject the appropriation of 10,000 for account Fund 30, dash 409-750.
And then we did the arborist truck, which is a yes, because it's already been ordered, but it's gonna be a little bit less than
Right.
we had anticipated, so.
So I'll just
Very good.
confirm that we'll modify, I mean, if we leave it at 67, I'm sure staff might find, so if the board would like, I'm happy to modify this appropriation down to 53,640.
50 Okay, and what was the line, item number for that one?
Jumped ahead.
430,
Oh,
750, 30.
Thank you, Jennifer.
400, 430, 750.
It's on
The-
page,
I have 142 on the PDF.
thank you, 142 on the PDF and 143 on the budget packet. So what was flagged was
Great,
the electric
okay.
pickup truck. And so I'll just go ahead and modify that appropriation.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. My apologies again for the confusion, but we'll go ahead back to the electric vehicle charger, and I'm going to reject that in the appropriation of 10,000. And then moving on to the next flagged item, which is the Ford hybrid SUVs, as well as the Axon body car camera taser under public safety on page 143 of the budget packet.
Okay, we had flagged these for reconsideration, so. Thoughts on this?
so, was it for two SUVs, $80,000. Be interesting to see how a SUV does, a hybrid SUV works in the police department, considering we are spending $50,000 on fuel.
So I don't know if you have thoughts on these.
We'll have to see how that hybrid works. Again, we have so much electronics in our vehicle. It'll be interesting to see when it shuts down and ramps up. So it does say the hybrid, we'll have to do a little bit more research to make sure that when everything slows down with lights, with our in-car cameras, I mean, there's a lot of
Yeah.
pull on that system. In the past, the hybrids have been used for the detectives' vehicles, which is okay for our investigators.
Yeah.
Just something we may-
Sounds like they've been great within the code department, but that, again, they're just like the
Different
detectives,
use,
lot
yeah.
of
Right.
electronics.
Very
unlike
different
the
use.
police, yeah, you're running a lot of stuff
Lights,
and,
yeah.
Is this maybe something we look at next year? I mean, do some investigation over the year to see if they're viable in that configuration?
yeah, maybe even possibility of collaborating. Hey, it's something to network with at PML next year. Do you have hybrid police cars in your
Yeah.
municipality?
Right.
I'll just share with the board, though, that this is a replacement vehicle, and so our fleet is on a rotating cycle. And while I
Right.
admittedly did extend beyond the recommended cycle for the administration vehicle, I would say that the board would, might want to consider an appropriation, if not for all the hybrid SUVs, at least for the replacement of the SUVs. And I'll acknowledge that while there were 3 initially that came to the administration, with review of our fleet and the rotation cycle, at the manager level, I said, let's go ahead and just explore with 2, moving into the fiscal year. It's certainly up to the board that however to appropriate, what you would like for the rotation of 3 replacement vehicles. It's being recommended that 2 move forward and 2 be hybrid. However, the board should consider that this is based on a rotation cycle, whether hybrid or not.
So
Two
if it's
vehicles.
is the chief obligated to purchase hybrid if it's hybrid in here?
No,
Okay.
no. The board is setting an appropriation.
Thoughts? And I would suggest too that it's, maybe something we look at in the CIP next year with the rotation, it's, if we're concerned about,
We are on a 5-year rotation, and that's been the past practice. And that's how the CIP looks out in that time frame. So
I don't know if I would really want to stretch out the rotation of the police vehicles, because I think, if I recall, at one time, chief, not all your vehicles were in service because of some incidents, but also out of all the departments, well, outside of Public Works, your vehicles are being used around the clock, every day of the year. So.
yeah, they're heavy use.
The other
And-
thing that I would share from,
Working with the COG and their capital budget and talking about the fleet additions was that getting hybrids was really tough. The order time for vehicles through CoStars was, a year out for certain kinds of vehicles. Whether it was
Wow.
pickups or whether it was Ford Escapes, which was primarily what the COG uses for their codes. That, we were looking at police interceptors as replacements instead
Oh,
of
that's
the
right.
Ford
Yeah.
Escapes.
Yeah.
Because we just couldn't get the hybrids, which was the directive of the Sustainability Committee, was to say, if you're moving ahead with replacement vehicles, please prioritize getting hybrids. So I think, proceeding with providing chief with a budget and with the desire to say, if you could get vehicles, but don't delay your replacement plan, if the vehicles are, 14 months out.
Right.
He still needs the vehicles.
And I think you're sharing, that there are still some concerns. So, I would want you to have that flexibility of maybe just doing one hybrid, and one traditional vehicle. So, I mean, this, yeah.
Sticks with the rotation, it
Yeah.
makes sense, and again, flexibility to say, look, if they're needed now, okay, don't buy hybrid, get something else, et cetera.
Yeah, right.
Right.
I
Keep it to the
appreciate the
cheap.
discussion. So
Yes,
thanks
this-
for bringing it up. And thanks for all the information.
great.
It's very helpful.
It just sounds like we probably also need more time to research the hybrid.
I think-
in relation to the police department.
Right.
And keep in
Right.
mind, our predecessors, we're looking at net zero by 2050, so we're almost halfway there, but,
Right, that
Got a
might
little
not
bit
be
of
the
time
area
to-
we're able to
Yeah.
extend that. So, okay, well, thank you. So we're good to move on from there, and that stays.
Okay. The next flagged item then was the electronics marking accessories under public safety on page 142 and 143 of the budget packet.
Okay, and that is going along with the vehicles.
Although we will note, I believe we identified,
Yes, it was 25,000 for upfitting, meaning the electronics for each vehicle that was in the CIP. I get, due to the migration issues, it showed up as 35. So if the board so chooses to increase that by 15, what was originally requested in the CIP.
Yeah.
So the 15 will definitely help meet our requirements with the items in the vehicle.
Yeah. I think that's approved. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would definitely support this because, one thing I learned from Chief's predecessor, like if you swap components out of a retired vehicle and into a new vehicle, sometimes it just doesn't work, and
We do what we can,
We need
but-
working police cars,
Yes.
not heavy
Yeah.
paperweights that can't go out on patrol, so.
Thank you.
Did we miss the Axon body car camera taser
thank you.
piece?
That's
Yes.
the next line.
Okay.
All right, let's go back to that. I think that was actually included as part of the SUVs.
Okay.
Yeah, it was part of a table actually that was presented in the budget. And so as part of a subline item, the Axon body car camera and taser. So this was something that had been presented to the board and approved in CIP discussions in 2022 and carried over. And we're on a 5-year agreement. It's a 5-year agreement
Correct.
where the township pays $70,000 a year until the package is paid for. And I think the total package was a little over $300,000 or $350,000.
350,000.
350,000.
Yes.
So we're committed to that payment until it's paid.
And I would just add that we had a really good presentation, and maybe it was during CIP
Sergeant Moran
last year.
came
Yeah,
in
Sergeant
Yes.
Moran
Did a
came in, and it was
presentation, yes.
really, really very helpful to understand not only the contract, but the equipment and the life cycle of everything. So I'll take a look back and see if I can pinpoint where that was to show anyone who wasn't here, because it was really helpful and something we'll need to understand for quite a while moving forward.
It was July of 2022.
Okay.
I remember Sergeant Moran came in and gave that presentation to the board during the special meetings held to review the CIP. And I will also note too, for what it's worth, that there had been some of the equipment that was going to be outdated. And so we were able to get this bundled
Yes.
package deal. For example, if we would have purchased the tasers separately and independent of this package, we would have paid 1/3 more of the cost of what we paid as part of
Right.
that bundled
Right,
package.
right.
So.
Yeah, well, thank you. That's a good opportunity to share the history when you walk in and not, having heard some of that background.
It appears the partnership with Axon's going well, and based on what I see in the news, it almost seems like they're
They're
probably
the-
like the highest demanded vendor out there.
No doubt, top-notch
That's-
operation, absolutely. We're very satisfied.
Good, so we are good to move forward.
All right, thank you. And moving into, well, what I have next on my list is the electric pickup truck. And while we already discussed that, there was also, part of that item was the winch attachment under Public Works, Road Maintenance and Fleet on page 143 of the budget packet. So it's it's in Fund 30, account 43750. The appropriation proposed is 11,600 for a winch attachment for the existing Bandit XP brush chipper.
I think I'm good with leaving it in.
I'm fine with leaving it in. I hope it's something that will last a while, and considering we were trying to lessen some of that seasonal help, I think, you know, having some extra mechanical assistance in there will alleviate that a little bit. Are you
Yeah,
good with
I think it would be important, especially from even a workers' comp perspective, mentioning about like having to bring a tree branches up a 10-foot embankment, better to use the winch than to carry them up and risk something.
Yeah, so we're good with that, and we're gonna move on.
And the next item I have here flagged is the leaf collector. As you know, as well as the grant, a review of the grant under Public Works Department, Road Maintenance and Fleet on page 144 of the budget packet.
Okay, thoughts on that? So this is the leaf collector that's covered by the grant, 255,000 out of the 318,000. Thoughts on this one?
Okay.
I don't, if I recall, the PO was already issued for the leaf collector.
Oh yeah, we were gonna find out about was that right?
The PO was issued for the single axle plow.
For the plow.
And I believe, yes, it was issued, but I don't have verification of how that PO carried forward.
Yeah.
And what was communicated with the vendor. So if the board wanted to give direction on, if your acceptance of the proposed or rejection of the proposed appropriation is contingent on whether or not the PO was not just submitted, but the order was already processed with the vendor, then I can certainly take that action to have it removed or stayed based on the results of exploring that matter.
And that's for the plow.
Single axle plow, yes, that is correct. The leaf collector, there is no PO.
Okay.
It's just
Very
contingent
good.
on if the township gets the 90/10, the 90%
Right.
grant.
Okay, so thoughts on either of those?
I haven't really, I don't even know how much use that one-man leaf collector has really got. I don't see it out all that often. But I'm not gonna complain if we could get a grant to replace it.
I know in Pine Grove Mills, we always look forward to it.
Okay.
It comes around with a big elephant tusk and it's, you know. So
And, yeah, even with the parking at Prairie, yeah. Probably do kinda need that down there to get the leaves out of Pine Grove Mills.
Okay, it sounds like that one is fine, and then we'll talk about the plow. So the PO was issued, we don't know what the status of that is.
Yeah, the PO was approved
For
the
the
PO
PO is-
because
yeah.
there was budgeted funds.
Yeah.
But an update on if that PO is then carried forward to submit the order is unverified at this time.
Yeah, I mean, once the PO is issued, I think Public Works has made plans for the transition of that, so, my opinion, but,
The other thing I'm looking at is the plow it's replacing has been in the fleet for 15 years, which I think is pretty good. Definitely not advocating going back to what, I think I heard at one time the township kept snow plows for 30 years. So,
I guess I'd be all right with that, especially with everything we talked about with the leaf collector being contingent upon, of course, the grant, so, yeah. But I'm bundling all those things in my head, so I'm good.
I think we're good with all these things, and one thing I'll say is when we're in CIP, next year is a good opportunity to talk about this, because that's where we're looking at those sinking funds and the replacement, and really taking some extended time to discuss these vehicles and the needs and what they do and maps and where they go. And so there's a lot of opportunity for discussion and fine tuning some of this. And so, yeah.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind,
Yeah,
I'll
please.
just echo what you're saying. I think that the CIP is an excellent opportunity to really talk through and allow staff to answer your questions. And certainly if you're perusing in advance of the special meeting, the proposed CIP, and you want to email me, I'm happy to arrange to have the staff member that might carry that level of expertise. For example, it was Sergeant Moran that year who had the expertise on that bundled package through Axon. So CIP is certainly the time and place, because once it's approved in the CIP, there's nothing prohibiting the board from, rejecting the proposed appropriation. However, it's just, there's been a lot of work put into getting the quotes and managing a proposed work plan, even at a staffing level. So you certainly, it's within your, it's really why you're elected, right? Is to ensure that the fiscal year operating budget is, has the appropriations that you desire. But the CIP is absolutely the time to review and consider. And I know Supervisor Heller was relatively, I think you were sworn in during this.
Right,
you were just
yeah,
thrown
right.
in. So, but yeah, thank you for sharing that. And I just wanted to say I echo that as well. And I'll do what I can to support the board to ensure that you have the resources, information during CIP.
Thank you. So I think those things are all good to go, and we can keep moving on.
Okay, all right, and then on my notes here, I have also flagged in the transportation improvement plan, Mr. Seibert reviewed, that started on page 163, and shortly thereafter, the acquisition cost for Sandy Drive under Public Works Department, under Road Maintenance and Fleet on page 154 of the budget packet was flagged.
Okay, yep, I have 154, and so we're looking at the traffic signal.
Actually, the first item flagged for discussion is on page 154, the acquisition cost for Sandy Drive under Public Works. I believe Mr. Thompson may have flagged that.
Yeah.
Okay, this is on page 153 in the PDF.
I'm trying to recall, because I think it was mentioned in the CIP, did we study that intersection? I believe you had brought up some concerns, Madam Chair, on traffic volumes post-COVID, because I think the last study was done pre-COVID, and us just wanting to make sure if that signal was to go in, that it would still be warranted, because there would be an evaluation after it went in whether or not it was warranted. Didn't know if we wanted to maybe look at
Right.
taking another look at that before we move forward.
So the right-of-way acquisition was flagged in conjunction with the discussion of the traffic lights. We can
Yeah.
kind of take both of those on at the same time
Yes,
right now.
yes, if we
Yeah.
could do that.
Yeah. But yeah, I think you kicked off the discussion here. So while the warrants were met at, and correct me if I'm wrong, at certain times of day, there was still a lot of discussion around that. So, and I'll say too, I think that this price was probably the estimate we had was from last year.
Most items that came to the board this year that were estimated last year, we see inflation increasing the total cost.
So, I mean,
But there is a need. I mean, we hear the comments, and we've all seen it. So it's it's actually probably one of the most difficult, I think, deliberations here today.
yeah, and this has an old traffic study associated with it. When was the traffic study done?
I believe it was in 2022, no, excuse me, it was a few years before 2022. It was before CDIM came in. I can't be certain, so I don't want to estimate. I'm so sorry.
I believe it was
Yeah.
2018, 2019 when it had been in discussions even.
Oh, I think
Yeah,
it was
twenty
after
twenty-two,
that.
it came into discussion
Yeah.
for the CIP to
I don't think the
appropriate.
traffic study is that old, though. I think,
It's the capacity study that
Yeah.
was done. But I can bring that to the board, if that is something that you would like to carry conversation on at a
Think-
future time.
In CIP, we were comfortable leaving it there because yes, CVIM came in, which increased volumes. I believe there's now even a childcare center on Sandy Drive that wasn't there a few years ago.
That's correct.
So, and I haven't gone through there a lot at rush hour, but it does kind of seem like within the past year that bumper to bumper traffic is still back there at rush hour. And I know prior to that, and I don't, of course I don't mean to just ramble on and on, but we know there are people that do weird maneuvers to get in and out of Sandy, and the people that are on Science Park, they're all familiar with that because that's really the only way you can get out of there with the current levels of service.
Yeah, no, I think this is a tough one, and this doesn't address, we haven't seen anything that addresses where the resident was struck recently on Science Park Road, have we? Or there wasn't,
What was the question on that?
oh, the resident that was struck on Science Park
Yes.
Road. This isn't, of course, that intersection, we haven't seen anything to improve that.
Mid-block crossing.
Right.
right, that's.
Correct, right at the bike path.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Just, spitting on some ideas here as to where maybe the need is. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say, that crossing does need to be looked at. I think it's a dark area, and we have a mid-block crossing. And so I think, maybe we bring this up at our, at a future meeting to discuss, what kind of lighting can we put in there, what kind of other pedestrian assistance there, because it is, I have a lot of concerns about those mid-block crossings when there's no pedestrian flashing signal or anything. So this is, it's, that pedestrian crossing is probably, what, a half a block up from the light at Circleville, and probably, a bit down from there.
Yeah, they're going into next year, and it does seem like there is opportunity for discussion on pedestrian safety improvements, and maybe even addressing some of our intersections in the township, such as Nixon and Whitehall. So.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I'm okay leaving this here right now.
Safety is paramount with all these things, which is why,
Yeah.
again, I just went back to the person being struck, but okay, that's not this thing.
It's not, and it's very difficult, and would having a stoplight there improve that area? I don't know. There is a lot of pedestrian and bike, activity in that area, regardless of where you are, right around that crosswalk. So,
And this is not a comfortable intersection to drive through sometimes during the day, to turn out on, most times of the day. I would be okay with leaving it in too.
and we also heard about the Cata bus stop that was around there that
That's right.
thought.
I didn't know anything about cannabis.
It was mentioned, and I can't picture exactly where it is. Yeah, but it was mentioned. It's
Up the hill a little bit from the intersection,
up the hill a little bit. Okay.
Okay.
and back towards Tapua, about that hill.
Oh, yeah, I can, okay, thank you. Yes, yep. Thank you. Okay, I think, I'm hearing, general agreement about leaving this in place.
Yeah.
I'm okay leaving it in
Okay.
place.
Thank you.
flag the street light construction under Public Works Department, road maintenance and fleet on page 153 of the budget packet.
And what number is that?
The street light construction under Public Works Department on page 153. So it's account, Fund 32, account 434,361, an appropriation in the amount of $155,000 for consideration to retrofit and provide power cutoffs and meters for the 4 lights in front of St. Paul Lutheran Church.
Oh, I flagged that and I can't find it now. Sorry,
It's 152,
152, okay.
kind of mid-page, or a little lower.
Oh, I see it, yes, thank you. Page 152 is 434-361. I did flag this for the portion that contains the 4 lights in front of St. Paul Lutheran Church. My suggestion was going to be to work these into the CIP at next year's CIP discussion.
I would be good with that.
I'm good.
Okay.
So for clarification, we will reject the appropriation in the amount of $155,000 in Fund 32, account 434,361, and add to the CIP for discussion, the 2024 CIP discussion. Thank you.
Yes.
Public comment from Mr. Kunkel.
Just a comment
Yes.
on that. I think Ron said that $75,000 of that was carryover to complete the retrofitting of the streetlights in Pine Grove, the project you already have underway.
Yeah, that's what I was
So
just
think
looking for.
about $80,000 of that was for those 4 lights.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking for my note on that, so that there is a portion of that that's the St. Paul Lutheran Church lights, and then there's another portion, so we'd only be rejecting the portion for the, those 4 lights in front of St. Paul.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're gonna modify it. Okay, thank you. And we all move to the radio, the other item flagged is the Radio Park School Zone flashing lights under capital construction on page 155 of the budget book.
Okay, and this is 154 on the PDF.
Madam Chair, since you addressed my question regarding whether or not we've been able to fill a crossing guard position there at the last meeting, and your response was, we have not, I am in favor of just leaving this in there.
Me too. And I think, I hear repeated concerns about that hill, and people traveling from the direction of Atherton Street toward the school, and I think this is a very good safety addition.
Okay.
So we are good with leaving that there and moving forward.
I'll accept that. Thank you. And that ends the flagged items as discussed at the meeting on Tuesday. So I will go ahead and,
Oh, that, yeah, that was Ernst Lane, so
Oh.
that was, I just saw it here.
oh yes, I'm sorry, it is here.
Thank you.
We flagged Ernst Lane paving and the new traffic signal was actually part of that discussion. So yes, the Ernst Lane paving on page 154 of the budget packet. Thank
Yeah.
you.
I'd like to remove that.
I'm fine with that. Jeremy, thoughts on that? And we're on page 153 of the PDF.
Where's that at?
It's Fund 32, account 439,610, an appropriation in the amount of 223,000.
Yeah, I was just
I think he's.
trying to get a recollection of where
Geographically, where
it was
is it?
in the township. I'm good with that.
All right, so for clarification, we're going to reject the proposed appropriation in the amount of 223,000 for account, or for Fund 32, account 439,610. Thank you. And that, I believe, concludes the flagged items from Tuesday. So Madam Chair, I'll just need a few minutes to get the items that were discussed earlier this evening.
Great.
And then we'll be on our way for.
Okay, we'll take a very brief recess, probably 10 minutes.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Okay.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be back at about 10:05, 10:10. CNET's ready. We're gonna call the meeting back to order and review the flagged items from this evening.
Yes, so I have flagged here is the Songbird Sanctuary Park Improvement, which is in Fund 34, account 454-110. There's an appropriation in the amount of $50,000, which is initially the master plan showed for an ADA accessible path to connect Owen Circle to Blue Course Drive. And because once we started doing the once we started making the changes to make the ADA accessible path, it started moving more dirt, and our stormwater engineer had concerns, as should anyone, honestly, because the reason the township acquired that property is because it's what we consider a sponge lake, and really it just absorbs water naturally. So direction was given to stop that project, and in support of still providing an ADA accessible feature was an observational deck to be constructed. There's no high-level urgent need to construct it. It's just to try and maintain some consistency with the master plan, but the master plan actually needs to be revised because the path is no longer going to be constructed, and in place of that it would actually be an observational deck. So preference on the side of staff here and my direction is that let's revise the master plan before we construct the observational deck. Theoretically, that could all be done in the same fiscal year, but respectfully, I understand if the board wants to modify that or reject that appropriation for CIP discussion next year.
Thank you. Okay, thoughts on that?
I'm good.
I'm good with holding off on
I'm
this
good.
one for a year, yeah,
I would be too.
and re-looking at it. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to reject the appropriation in the amount of $50,000, Fund 34, 454-110. And the other item that we have flagged for review is the Pine Grove Mills Streetlight Fund. And that is page 155 on the PDF version. So there's an appropriation of $0, but acknowledgement that the total revenue remains at 301.86. Not revenue, excuse me, but it's a beginning fund balance of 301. But there's been no revenue or any transfers from the general fund for this account. But we flagged it in case that you wanted to continue conversation on this fund. If you would like to have expenditures added.
Thank you. No, I was flagging it really just to get the narrative to reflect what it actually is. So I think we can follow up with that before the final budget presentation. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, and this relates to the CIA money?
Yes.
And right, okay. More information needed.
I support my colleagues from the Pine Grove Mills.
Thank you. Yes, we will look into that and really understand how that money originated in that fund. And then I have some notes here for some corrections to the intertransfer funds from the general fund. It just looks like that when it was migrated over, it didn't, there's not consistency. So we can make that adjustment and bring it back for the board's review prior to authorization for the public hearing. So I don't know if there are any other comments or questions.
No. Anything?
No, I guess that rolls into the money that we heard Mr. Kunkel stated with the $500,000 with the stormwater and some other things we have to go back and investigate. Okay, just want to make sure it was encompassing, so. Okay, I know I'm good.
Yeah, okay.
Is that it?
Yeah, so we'll go to the
There
manager to
weren't
hear
any
about
other
our,
funds.
yeah,
Yeah.
to hear about our next steps here.
So the next steps, staff will make the revisions based on what the board's discussed this evening for changes to appropriations in the proposed budget. We'll bring back to the board for their consideration and review at the regular meeting scheduled for Monday, November 6th. At that time, the board will be asked to authorize advertisement for a public hearing for consideration of adoption of the draft 2024 operating budget, which will have incorporated the amendments from this discussion.
Okay, questions or thoughts on that schedule?
Are you gonna use the gavel tonight? I think we should.
Anything else from the public? Yes. Yeah, please.
Could have probably just taken the microphone, just as long as you share it with Mr. Rainey.
Typically, the Township Board of Supervisors has received both a fund balance report for each of the funds, both a fund balance at the beginning of the year, projected fund balance for the end of the year for each of the funds, beginning balance for 2024, and what your ending balance is projected for the end of 2024. It's pretty hard to determine whether or not you have the sufficient funds to expend on the projects and expenses that you've discussed over the last 2 evenings without knowing whether or not you really have the money. So I think that that needs to be something that we get before the November meeting on the proposed budget. I would suggest also that that report include committed funds that are already committed in from the 2023 budget and being rolled over into the 2024 budget. That would reduce your fund balance by a certain dollar amount. It will give you a much better accurate picture of what you actually have available to meet these expenditures. So hopefully that can be something that can be provided. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anything else from the board? And if not, I want to say thank you to Jennifer for your assistance and for attending our meetings, and thanks to Rhonda for your help, and in particular for following all the flagged items. That was very, very helpful. And to the public for your comment. It's very, very much appreciated, that participation. But especially thank you to Centrise and James for their efforts, their hard work, and I know many, many hours that went into this. Creating a budget is an accomplishment, but to present it in a brand new program, a new format, and to implement something that we've been wanting to see for at least a year, if not 2, I think it really just can't be overstated what a big accomplishment this is. So it's just so greatly appreciated, and your efforts are very much noted, and we thank you for that. So, and thanks to all the staff that attended, including Chief, who sat through tonight. That's great. So if there's nothing else, I will take a motion to adjourn.
As Supervisor Pat Stevens would say, motion to adjourn.
And I'll second, and we're adjourned. Thank you.
Right.